Fox Sports.
We are Blackmore. We are the Lions.
A steamy Sunday caps off a steamy weekend at Great American Ballpark. Crowd rolling in. We've had big crowds the first two games of this series. In the Battle of Ohio, this weekend series even in a game apiece, a rubber game today between the Indians and the Reds. Hi again, everybody. Alongside Chris Welch and Jim Day, I'm Tom Brenneman. Delighted to have you with us for this Sunday afternoon. Naturally, Chris, we're approaching the trade deadline. The stories are out there. The rumors are out there. We don't know what the Reds will do or won't do, but at least the talk is, will this be Johnny Cueto's final start as a Red?
Well, you got to really wonder that, Tom, and I'm sure he's wondering the same thing, realizing that he may be the best chip the Reds have in the trading process leading up into that July 31st trading deadline. Well, you really don't know, and so you have to look at this start as you do a lot of Johnny Cueto starts, where he comes out and he dominates and he gives the Reds what they need, and hopefully he gives them a chance to win. He did that last time against the Twins. You'd love to have a game like that today.
And boy, during the interleague against these Cleveland Indians, Cueto has been lights out. He's 4-0. The team is a perfect 6-0.
Well, you wonder why you couldn't pitch him more often against these Indians with numbers like that. But he's able to turn it up. This tells me that Johnny Cueto's game can travel. Doesn't matter what division you're in, what league you're in, whether you've got a designated hitter or not. Johnny Cueto's a good enough pitcher to put up good numbers just about anywhere.
Now, his mound opponent's a good one today, too, Carlos Carrasco.
Well, you're right about that. He's coming off a very good outing. Both these guys are on extended rest. Carrasco has had 7 days of rest. Cueto has 6 days of rest, of course, with the All-Star week there. This guy's a 10-game winner. A win today would tie him for the lead in the American League.
All right, when we come back, Jim Day will recap all the Reds offense from 3 players. And how about the role that Jay Bruce is on right now? You're watching Reds baseball on Fox Sports Ohio.
Network. Stay close to CincinnatiUSA.com. By Chevy. Check out their award-winning lineup only at your Tri-State Chevy dealer. By Duke Energy, delivering more than just electricity, it's power for your life. And by Skyline Chili, feeling good, it's Skyline time.
It will be hazy, hot, and humid at the ballpark for the game this afternoon, and the chance for scattered showers and thunderstorms. Those will be hit and miss across the tri-state, and the same thing goes down at the ballpark. First pitch, 86 degrees, with again the chance for showers and thunderstorms, 88 degrees by the 7th inning stretch. And by the end of the game, all the way up to 89 degrees, still the chance for a few showers and thunderstorms. Any of those thunderstorms that do form could be producing some heavy downpours, so we may have some delays weather-related throughout the game. But otherwise, things looking pretty good this afternoon. Just prepare for the heat. Enjoy the game.
A steamy one. We hope that rain stays away. I'm Jim Day. Last night, the Reds had trouble keeping the Indians off the scoreboard, but they had some guys that lit up the scoreboard themselves, and with Johnny Cueto on the hill, perhaps numbers like this will be enough today. Brandon Phillips 3 for 4 last night against his former team. 2 runs scored. Votto's heating up. 3 for 3. Scored a run. He looked good last night, and Jay Bruce continues to hit well. 2 for 3 last night, scored a run, and drove in 4 runs, including that 3-run long ball. Jay Bruce is the focus of our IGS Bringing the Energy, and he has been bringing it. Look at him by month. In April, got off to that very slow start, 181 average. In May, turned it up, turned it even up more in June, 495 slugging percentage, and look at him in July so far, 356 average, a slugging percentage up to 667. If the Reds get those type of numbers today, perhaps a series victory will be in the card. It's the Reds and the Tribe lineups, and first pitch are up next. Tom Brenneman and Chris Welsh with the call on Fox Sports Ohio.
Johnny Cueto set to make his 18th start of his 2015 season. And as we touched upon a moment ago, you can't help but wonder, will this be his final start as a Red? Will it be his final home start as a Red? He is slated to pitch at the end of this homestand on that doubleheader Wednesday against the, on the next road trip, I beg your pardon. So could this be it for a guy that is unquestionably, Chris, the best homegrown produced starting pitcher since Tom Browning?
Well, Tom, that is really why it is difficult to trade a guy like Johnny Cueto. I mean, if you're the Reds management, upper management, and the owners of the Reds, you're thinking, here, we signed this young man when he was a teenager. We brought him through the minor leagues. We've seen him all along grow, adapt, really understand the art of pitching, grow himself into one of the best pitchers in all of Major League Baseball. And unfortunately, the economics of the game force you at some point to say goodbye to people you don't want to say goodbye to. So there's three different ways to look at it. One is, how does the club view Johnny Cueto? How do the fans view Johnny Cueto? And how does Johnny Cueto view this start today as possibly his last in a Red uniform at Great American Ballpark?
Well, we're set to get it started. Jason Kipnis, the All-Star Cleveland second baseman, looks at strike one on the outside corner, and this one is underway. Carlos Torres behind the plate. This is the first time he has worked a major league game, calling the balls and strikes. When this series began, he made his major league debut out at second base. So we wish him well. It's a big day.
It sure is. First behind the plate as a major league umpire.
And I would imagine umpires, Chris, are no different than you and me. They're baseball fans. I mean, your first game to have Cueto v. Carrasco ain't all bad.
Well, you know, I guess the difference, though, Tom, is that in baseball, anybody in the country around the world now can get on the internet and look up in a newspaper and see a box score and see how you did on your major league debut. Maybe not so much for an umpire, but believe me, he is being rated by a lot of other umpires and people above him today.
On a 0-2 pitch, Kipnis slaps one into center field, a base hit. Here's the rest of Terry Francona's starting lineup today. Francisco Lindor coming up. Michael Brantley in left field. Carlos Santana, David Murphy, and Mike Aviles, the middle third. Michael Bourne, Roberto Perez, and Carlos Carrasco, the latter third. Lindor playing in his 29th game since being brought up from AAA Columbus. He's their big prize prospect they've been waiting on the last couple of years to take over as their everyday shortstop. And here he is, and they're hoping it's for the long haul. It was April the 3rd, 2008, when Johnny Cueto made his major league debut at 22 years young, earned the win, a 3-2 victory against the Arizona Diamondbacks, and what a debut it was. 7 innings of 1 hit, 1 run baseball. This will be out number 1. And in that major league debut, he became the first pitcher in modern major league history to debut with at least 10 strikeouts and not a single walk.
So already when you have a debut like that, you set the bar so high that you think it's going to be easy for this young man to just come right into the major leagues and dominate. But it was never really quite like that for Johnny Cueto, nor is it like that for very many other pitchers. You deal with injuries, you deal with setbacks, you deal with adjustments to hitters along the way, different managers, different pitching coaches, different teammates.
There's a bouncer through the hole in the right field, a base hit. Advancing first to third is Kipnis on the single by Brantley, and here come the Indians after piling up 9 runs, hitting a season high 3 home runs in their win here last night. So look at the Reds on defense, presented by Ford. Todd Frazier, a late scratch today, certainly deserving, undoubtedly, and needing a day off. De Jesus originally was in at short with Frazier at third. They just moved Ivan over, and Eugenio Suarez will play shortstop.
The Indians are one of those teams that when you face them as a right-handed pitcher, they can load it up with lefties. 6 of the first 7 hitters in the lineup are either left-handed hitters or switch hitters batting left-handed against Cueto. So for that reason, Cueto's going to have to break out that changeup a little more. He didn't throw really hardly any changes last time out. That was a bad outing that he had down in Miami. He used it a lot more previously against the Washington Nationals. A very stellar game he pitched in D.C. This is what I find really interesting about Johnny Cueto is the splits versus lefties and righties. Normally a right-handed pitcher will give up a higher batting average to left-handed hitters, but Cueto's cutter and his changeup are so good. Those are the equalizers. And there's the changeup.
And that was on a 2-0 count. Santana was looking dead red.
That's always when the changeup's working best, when you're in a hitter's count, or a pitcher's count, that is, where you've got to come in with a strike. So a hitter's thinking, well, the best control a pitcher has is usually with the fastball, and that's why you're looking fastball right there.
Big shift put on Santana. There's another changeup that darts down and away. 3 balls and a strike to the Indians' first baseman.
You know, Johnny hasn't shown a lot of emotion over the years. You know, it's sometimes tough to get into Johnny's world because he doesn't speak a lot of English, although he speaks more English to his teammates and off camera than he does in interviews. But you got to really wonder how sensitive this young man is and how much of his heart really does belong to the Cincinnati Reds. I mean, it's all he's really ever known since coming out of San Pedro de Macorís as a young 17-year-old signed by the Reds.
3-1 the count. And a fastball is on the inside corner strike. And of course, you know, you went down to his home. You helped celebrate his mother's birthday, and we're very much looking forward to one of these days, perhaps more accurately put, one of these years, of seeing some of that great video you had shot down there. Runner going 3-2, and that's a foul ball. Where is that video? Is that in Fort Knox?
I think it's archived. I can't say we're really actively working on it, but it's there. And unfortunately, we've never really been able to get it.
You mean I've been fooled all these years and believe we're actually going to see it?
We've got. I'll show you some snippets. We just haven't figured out how best to present it.
Well, that part of it aside, I know you really did have a good time when you were down there.
Well, he did. And I mean, Johnny's a guy that at the time that I visited him a couple of years ago in the winter, he was still living in the house that he's had for a long time with his mom and his wife and kids, and his brothers are there on across the street taking care of him. And he's a guy that hasn't outgrown his own neighborhood.
3-2. They'll start the runner again, and a fly ball into very short left field. Marlon coming on, and Kipnis will stay put. 2 away in the inning. All right, now David Murphy, another left-handed batter. Runners on the corners with 2 out. Murphy having a good year. .312 hitter, 5 home runs, 26 runs batted in. And a fastball is on the outside corner, a strike to David Murphy.
You know, some pitchers, they get in a situation, especially early in the ball game, where you get nervous. You get runners on base, you get a couple of base hits, you turn around, next thing you know, you're trying damage control. For Cueto, this always seems to be a spot where he has been outstanding at not only having damage control, but actually not letting no runs on the board at all. And I guess that they're going to ask the grounds crew to come out and put the tarp on the field because the players are coming off the field right now.
And Cueto's got to be thinking,
how about let me get out of the inning first? Yeah. David Murphy may be thinking the same thing. Well,
so here we are again in the process of trying to play Major League Baseball, and again we will be halted due to inclement weather. Apparently, certainly the eye test doesn't tell you that it's raining. It's not, but that doesn't mean it's just a matter of moments away. You can already hear the rumbling of thunder. We had extremely violent storms in and around greater Cincinnati during the night last night. In fact, you couldn't go longer than 4 or 5 seconds, and that's not an exaggeration, without seeing lightning in the skies for about an hour-and-a-half run around midnight last night. It was incredible.
Well, the guys that you're seeing put that tarp on have got it down to a science, I'll tell you.
What a job they've done.
They've had more practice this year than they ever thought they would have. And I don't know about you, Tom, but I mean, you know, when it gets to be around the middle, the late part of July and into August, a lot of people around the Cincinnati area don't have to cut their grass because normally it's so hot, it doesn't rain, the grass doesn't grow very fast, and you may even get a couple of weeks off from firing up that lawnmower, but you've probably been out there twice a week.
I've got to do it this afternoon, and I just did it the day after the All-Star game. I cut it on Wednesday morning. And boy, does it need it again.
Yeah.
Of course, everybody around knows all about that.
You know, the bad thing about this, there's several awful things, but one is that there's such a big crowd here this afternoon and there's limited space in the concourses and underneath, you know, protection from the rain and the elements, that it's very difficult to, you know, to get all these people who have just settled into their seat in the first inning. I mean, you got your concessions, you went to the team shop, you bought a couple of items in there, you're all sitting down, you got your family, you may have driven in several hours, if not even more, spent the night to come in and watch this game this afternoon. You're looking forward to Johnny Cueto, maybe his last game in Cincinnati, and it's just bad timing on everybody's part here.
You know, we were sitting around in Washington, D.C. at a gathering for lunch with the distinguished, world-renowned writer George Will, and he's been very, very involved in baseball on multiple levels. Had money in the Baltimore Orioles for quite a while as an owner. He also has been handpicked through the years by Bud Selig and now Rob Manfred to help in a number of different ways, whether it was looking at the pace of play for the last number of years leading up to where we are this year, and a lot of other different topics. He went around the table as we were sitting there and he asked everybody at the table, if you could change one thing in Major League Baseball, what would it be? And some of the answers were very interesting, but the one that I feel is a must is having a retractable dome on every single ballpark in baseball. And it's not like you can't all of a sudden still have one with a ballpark that's already built. You can do it. I mean, basically, that's what Seattle is. It's an open-air stadium that just has, you know, in each corner of the ballpark, the ability to hold up a roof, and it opens and closes, but you're still feeling the elements as far as the temperature is concerned. Now, the natural thing right away, well, what about the money part of that? Well, I don't know how much Major League Baseball is helping cities, counties, whatever it may be, their teams with building stadiums in this day and age, but the NFL does it and has helped and has continued to help for a long, long time. And I asked somebody about this in ownership, in team ownership. If you start crunching the numbers and look no further than the difference in attendance between the Milwaukee Brewers and the Cincinnati Reds, roughly the same size cities, and the Brewers are outdrawing the Reds by a lot over the last number of years. And that is a direct result of having a roof and knowing when you pay your hard-earned money that you're going to be able to go to a game. And if you're a team, you bring in and pay all these people that work in and around the stadium the amount of money you're paying them to do their jobs, and you know you're going to have a game that night.
Well, sounds like a good plan, but if you remember back to the time when these two stadiums were built and planned, you know, they had the tax in the city of Cincinnati that was going to fund the stadiums. There's no roof on Paul Brown Stadium, and there's no roof on here. They were trying to cut costs. People were complaining about why is our taxpayer money going to stadiums instead of other uses and so on. And you know, it sounds like a great idea now, but it would take an engineering stroke of genius to be able to figure out how to put a roof on this thing, wouldn't it?
Well, I'm not smart enough to know that.
Well, neither am I. But those suggestions you made, they're valid, but are they realistic is the question.
That's a good question. Good question. Well, what we do know is it is raining, and now it's starting to rain very hard.
You know, they have the radar on the scoreboard here, and I'm no expert, unlike your dad when it comes to the weather, but I can tell you that the band of rain that is coming through doesn't seem to be that big or seem to be lingering very long. So hopefully this will cool off the area and we'll get that tarp off and back up to playing before you know it.
Take a look at those flags out there in left center field. They weren't moving about 3 minutes ago. They're moving plenty now. So hopefully this is scooting on through. Well, in case you missed it during part of Fox Sports Ohio's multi-award-winning All-Star Game coverage, one of the real great pieces done, we're going to bring it to you right now, in their words, with the spotlight shining on Pete Rose and Ray Fosse, and that collision, which of course ended the 1970 All-Star Game. It was played right here in Cincinnati. So enjoy it in case you missed it. today. We were watching Jason Kipnis over about the last 10 minutes. Right now he's back in the Indians dugout. He'll come back out to run the bases. He is a runner at third with 2 outs here in the inning. But I tell you, watching this guy for about the last 10 minutes, standing along the railing beyond the Indians dugout, signing autographs for really anybody and everybody that wanted one. It's a pretty big league move.
Yeah, you don't see it enough. I mean, there's a lot of different reasons, one of which is a lot of players don't feel like signing autographs for people that think you're going to turn around and sell their autographs. But, you know, it varies from player to player. Some guys just are more socially friendly, and some guys are simply not, and they feel more awkward being out there by themselves doing it. Kipnis, obviously not. He didn't feel awkward hitting 320 something before the All-Star break, being named the American League All-Star game, and here he is at third base, 90 feet away from scoring the first run of this ball game.
Our Elk and Elk storylines brought to you by Elk and Elk. Most starts over the last 2 seasons with 7 or more innings pitched, allowing 2 earned runs or less. Only Felix Hernandez of the Seattle Mariners has more such games than Red starter Johnny Cueto. That is pretty impressive. It's going back to the start of last year. So Cueto will be facing David Murphy when we resume. Cueto already ahead in the count of Murphy at no balls and a strike. 2 are out, runners on the corners, and we're in the top of the first inning. So a long day of baseball still ahead.
So what do you do if you're Murphy right here, Tom? I mean, you're facing Cueto. There are 2 out. You got an 0-1 count. I mean, do you come out after a rain delay ready to swing the bat the first thing you see, or do you risk taking a pitch, find yourself down the hole 0-2? I mean, when you're playing a tight ball game, and Carlos Carrasco is a very excellent pitcher. I mean, what you see in the first inning may determine the outcome of this game. So this is a very important at bat.
And if you weren't with us at the very start, the man cleaning off home plate as we're set to resume play, Carlos Torres, calling the balls and strikes. This is his first major league game behind the plate, as he made his debut as a major league umpire here on Friday night.
He is only the 2nd Venezuelan umpire to be working in the major leagues. Manny Gonzalez is the other.
Well, right before Cueto turned it loose, lightning striking in the skies to the south of us. Swing and a miss. 1 ball and 2 strikes. 2 outs, 2 on. We're in the first inning. These Indians knocked the cover off the ball here last night, clubbing 3 home runs, scoring 9 times. And once more we hear the rumbling of thunder. Struck him out. So Cueto gets out of a first and third 1-out jam in the first inning after a lengthy delay. Reds are coming to bat for the first time when we return. starting lineup presented by Meyer. Brandon Phillips will lead things off, followed by the third baseman Evandy Jesus Jr., Joey Votto at first, Jay Bruce, Brian Pena, and Marlon Byrd the middle third. Suarez the shortstop, Cueto will bat eighth and pitch. Billy Hamilton bats ninth place center.
Just about everything the Reds are going to see from Carlos Carrasco is going to be hard. He averages over 95 miles an hour on a fastball. He throws a sinking fastball. The slowest pitch they will see will be a curveball in the mid-80s. But he comes right after you, and he's a guy that has pitched very well against the Reds. Last time out he pitched very well. That was against the Oakland A's the Saturday before the All-Star break.
A ball and a strike on Brandon Phillips. 277 batter, 5 home runs and 32 runs batted in. A little flare into shallow center field. It'll fall in.
That looked like a little miscommunication out there between the center fielder Bourne and Jason Kipnis, the second baseman. I mean, Kipnis is going to go out hard, and he's going to assume that he's going to go after the ball unless he hears something. But he sees Bourne so close at the very end, he kind of short arms it a little bit. I don't know, from seeing it from up here, Tom, it just looked like Bourne could have and should have taken control of that and didn't do it. So a benefit to the Reds and Brandon Phillips.
Now, what about the running game against Carlos Carrasco? We've talked about how Brandon Phillips is running more now than he has in the last 4 years. He's 11 of 12 in stolen base attempts so far this year. And strike one to Evandy Jesus Jr.
He does not have a lead down there right now that would even indicate that he's thinking about the running game. And I'm not so sure with the ground as wet as it is, because it did take some rain last night under the tarp. It looks wet right now. I'm not so sure it's a real fast track. On the year, Carrasco has not given much up. I mean, he has given up overall. As far as the running game goes, 7 successful stolen bases, and they have thrown out 6. He gets a lot of ground ball double plays. He's had 13 on the board, and he's looking for a ground ball out of Jesus here. Is that high sock look? Is that Brandon Phillips' standard Sunday look?
I don't know, but those are new spikes he's wearing over there. Those are pretty flashy. They look like basketball shoes. Look at those babies.
Boy, those are some sweet looking ones.
Jim Day probably knows all about those spikes. You know, Brandon and Jim, of course, have a chance to get together and talk pretty regularly down there. Jim, has he said anything to you at all about those spikes? That is a foul ball.
He is not, and he's one of those guys that doesn't pull up the high socks look all the time, but I think on day games he does more than not. He switched from Nike to Under Armour this past season, so I do believe he's trying to show those off because those are new.
One ball and 2 strikes on Evandy Jesus Jr. Struck him out on a fastball that ran up under his hands at 94 miles per hour. One away.
Yeah, when you say fastball with Carrasco, you're looking at 2 different fastballs. A 2-seamer like that with a lot of run. Arm side run is what scouts will car that because it runs right in on the same arm side that he throws. Right-handed, runs in on a third base side. He'll throw a four-seamer, which may be a mile an hour faster, but straighter. That's a nasty pitch.
Joey Votto at 284, 16 home runs, 43 runs batted in. First pitch swinging, dumps it foul off to the third base side, not a play. 0-1 to Joey. The Indians have already captured the Ohio Cup. They have won 4 of the 5 games against the Reds this season, today being the last. That's the first time the Reds have lost a season series to the Indians since 2011. 1 ball and 1 strike. Of course, the Reds, when they won here on Friday night, made it 9 consecutive wins against the Indians in this ballpark before suffering a Game 2 loss last night.
Carrasco is an interesting study, Tom, because he might be the type of player that the Reds would receive if they decided to make some trades of veteran players that they have here on their roster now. He was originally signed by the Philadelphia Phillies, and then still as a very young man, a minor leaguer, he was traded in that Cliff Lee deal. So a couple of years after he's in that deal, he has Tommy John surgery, so he misses an entire season in 2012. He comes back and starts pitching again in 2013. It gets a little bit better along the way, and so good, in fact, that the Indians signed him to a 4-year deal this April. Florida with a no-hitter earlier in the year against the Tampa Bay Rays when he had a 2-out in the 9th inning, 2 outs and 2 strikes on the hitter, and Joey Butler had dumped the base hit in there and broke up the no-hitter.
You know, the rest of that deal was really a disaster. I mean, it was a good thing that Carrasco did finally come along in 2013 and then really made the big jump last year, especially over the second half of the season, because the rest of the players they got in that Cliff Lee deal. And remember, he was a Cy Young Award winner.
Well, they traded away Cliff Lee and Ben Francisco, pretty good outfielder, for Jason Donald, Lou Marson, Jason Knapp, and then Carrasco.
Check swing rolled it. Phillips was running on a 3-2 pitch, and Votto is thrown out. Brandon into scoring position, 2 outs. Cleveland on defense, and they are a much better defensive team than they were a season ago. Brought to you by Ford. Bourne, a second straight start, flanked by Brantley and Murphy. Santana and Kipnis on the right side of their infield. Aviles and Lindor on the left. Carrasco and Roberto Perez, the battery. So Jay Bruce with an RBI chance. He knocked in all 4 of the Reds' runs in a game here last night, including a 3-run home run. His 14th of the year. He has 46 runs batted in. A double shy of 20 of those for the season. Strike 1. Bruce over his last 25 games has been nearly a .360 batter. He scored 17 runs, knocked in 17 runs. He's hit 12 doubles and 5 home runs during that time frame. He's gone swinging to end the inning. A hit, a man left. We played 1, and we are scoreless. just might see yourself in an upcoming broadcast of Reds baseball. It's all brought to you by T-Mobile. Had almost 39,000 here on Friday night, just short of 40,000 here last night, and another big crowd for this Sunday afternoon. Saw a note on a statement released by Major League Baseball earlier this morning that said yesterday all the games played around Major League Baseball, stadiums filled up to 92% of total capacity for all the games played in the major leagues yesterday. That's pretty amazing.
Sure is.
(1-0) and a pop-up by Aviles over into foul ground and out of play. It's quickly no balls and 2 strikes. This one will stay playable in foul territory for Votto. Here's Michael Bourne at 222, 18 runs batted in, 7 stolen bases. Been a real down year for Bourne. They were counting on big things from him so far this season. Of course, basically ever since he signed a big contract to come on board with the Indians as a free agent after a very good year in Atlanta. He's been on the disabled list 3 different times. That one popped up and playable for Suarez, 2 away. Of course, I'm curious, as a pitcher, a starting pitcher, you give loose whatever your routine is, however long it is, and guys vary, but there's not tremendous amount of variation between most pitchers in the major leagues. Doesn't seem to be. As far as getting ready for a game, I know I've asked you through the years, and you've been asked 10,000 times about, you start a game, then you have a delay. Is there a difference, A, in the length of the delay, and B, is there a difference between where you are, however deep into a game?
I think it's probably more important, Tom, where you are in how deep you are into your career, that you can handle these things, because you've done it before. Johnny Cueto, I haven't counted him up, but I'm sure that he has had many times when he's been pitching, the game has been delayed and he's been set aside for a certain amount of time. Sometimes it's 40 minutes, sometimes it's 3 hours. I think the managers begin to make decisions after about an hour. But if you have a veteran like Cueto on the mound, you may sit through a 2-hour rain delay and say, Johnny, you good to go? And he'll say, yeah. So it's all mental. I mean, the physical part of it is probably a little bit overblown about tightening up and all that kind of stuff. Geez, with all the trainers and stuff they've got down there in those clubhouses, nobody ought to be tight.
Two and two to count on the catcher Roberto Perez. Cueto looking for a perfect second. And he just missed a quick pitch there from Johnny. We haven't seen the rocking chair yet today. Jim Day, you were able to coax that out of him after that start against Max Scherzer and the Washington Nationals. And there is ball 4 to the number 8 hitter Roberto Perez. So rather than having the pitcher lead off the next inning, the pitcher will bat here in the second inning. And this will be Carrasco's first plate appearance of this season. 0-2. Served into short right, and that'll fall in a base hit. They throw to first base. Not in time.
Well, Carrasco made it close for two reasons. One, he sees that ball go in there and he just kind of jogging down the line saying, I got a base hit. Then he sees Jay Bruce coming up throwing, and his hustle to first base made that very close. Well, that is an embarrassment as a player, and it usually only happens to pitchers, that you never want to see happen. And it happened many more times a year back in the old days when a lot of teams were playing on AstroTurf. And you hit a ball fairly sharply to right field, and the right fielder's playing shallow anyway, and he's got the best arm of any outfielder. And I've seen guys thrown out of first base. And boy, you don't want to go back to the dugout when that happens.
So all of a sudden, Cueto's cruising along, easily retires the first two batters in the inning. He has a rare mental error by walking the number 8 batter in the inning before Carrasco just drops one into right field, and now you face the best Cleveland hitter. All of a sudden with 2 on and 2 outs. Ball 1 on Jason Kipnis. Apparently Todd Frazier is holding that baseball. That is the first career hit for Carlos Carrasco. Frazier holding the ball for him for the time being. 3-0.
Well, I agree with your comment, Tom, that it was a mental mistake by Cueto to walk the number 8 hitter with 2 outs in the inning. And you look back and you wonder if it's just anecdotal or if it's real. I looked it up. I mean, the Reds seem to do that a lot, where they get 2 outs in an inning and then they walk a guy. Mike Leake did it the other night on Friday. Cueto's done it today. And looking it up, and the Reds are 5th in the league now in walking a batter with 2 outs. You take away, you know, the 20 or so intentional walks out of that, but they're still among the top 4 or 5 teams. And they are way ahead. I mean, like about 32 out walks ahead of the best teams in the league, like the Nationals and the Kansas City Royals and the Twins. So the Reds have walked 110 with 2 out, and the Nationals have walked 76.
I'm kind of curious to find out. We have Lindor with the bases loaded. Cueto's now missed on 5 straight pitches, all of them high in the strike zone, and Pena going to come out for a visit. Kind of curious, Chris, who are the 4 teams that have walked more batters with 2 outs?
The Diamondbacks and the Phillies, the Colorado Rockies, the Atlanta Braves, and now the Reds are tied with the Rays.
And none of those teams are what you would call legitimate playoff contending teams.
Well, with the exception of the Rays.
Oh, you said the Rays.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
The Tampa Bay Rays.
I didn't hear that.
Second place.
I heard. All right.
But yeah, you're right. I mean, you're looking at some of the worst teams in the league there, with, you know, the Phillies and among there. And I think that what's more important is the amount of spread between top and Reds rather than top and bottom. And he's trying to fool Francisco Lindor with a 1-0 changeup. And
I mean, we have not seen this from Cueto in a long time. He has been nowhere near the strike zone to the last 2 batters, and nor is he here.
And he's throwing changeup after changeup, Tom, and I'm not so sure that that's a good sign from a physical standpoint. When you see pitchers going out there who can dial it up into the mid-90s, and they've got a middle infielder up with the bases loaded, and you're trying to trick them with a changeup, that's a fastball he throws in at 90. And Lindor may have thought that was high.
All right, bases loaded, 2 outs, 3 balls and a strike. And there's strike two. That one at 92 miles per hour. One more strike, one more out to get. Instead, Cueto has walked in a run. He has walked 3 batters in this inning. And you're talking about a guy who had walked 22 batters in 120 innings this season. He's only walked 3 batters in a game twice this season. Jeff Pico comes out.
Well, seeing Cueto as much as we've seen him over the years, it's one of two things. It's one is that rain delay has got him off his stride a little bit, even though he did come in and get out of the last inning by retiring Murphy with 2 outs. Maybe the rain delay has altered, the timing, the feel, whatever it is. I mean, you asked about that and you really never know. Or there's something bugging him physically.
All right, now he's got to turn his attention to Michael Brantley, and unlike the last batter with the bases loaded, Cueto this time is going to work out of his regular windup. During the bat 2 Lindor, he pitched out of the stretch. Pulled foul.
Man, is that a quick bat. I mean, the Reds have seen that in every at bat that Michael Brantley has taken to the plate in this series. They're trying to come in on him. I mean, he doesn't bail to get to the inside pitch. He just gets to it.
Well, Brantley received the 3rd most votes among all players in the American League last year in the most valuable player voting. This guy's a player. There's that changeup again. It sails up and away. And Cueto continuing to talk to himself, bark at himself out on the mound. 2 balls and a strike.
And self-diagnosis out there for a pitcher like this. You're trying to figure out what it is in your delivery that can help you get those pitches down where he wants them, especially the changeup.
And now he wants a new baseball.
Sometimes you got to give yourself a good talking to.
Two balls and a strike on Brantley. Bases loaded. And a 1-hopper to third. And that will end the inning. So Cueto, after 2 outs and nobody on, walk, hit, walk. And the Indians lead 1-0. As the Reds come to bat here in the bottom half of the second inning. And after the conclusion of that last half inning, Brandon Phillips wanting to check in on Johnny Cueto to see if he's all right. You know, it's interesting. That is actually the second time this year. We mentioned there's only 2 games this entire season where Cueto's walked 3 batters in a game. One of those times he walked 3 batters in an inning. That was on the 26th of June, the 5th inning against the New York Mets. So it's happened twice this year. It's only the 3rd time it has happened since 2010 to Johnny Cueto. 3 walks in an inning. Pena, Bird, Suarez, a trio against Carlos Carrasco here in the bottom half of the second inning. Ball hit hard, but out there to get it is Bourne, 1 away. Reds come in 40 up, 48 down. They are 16 games and a half behind the St. Louis Cardinals. They are 7.5 behind the second wild card spot. Right now that belongs to the Chicago Cubs. Both wild card teams in the National League right now would come from the Reds in National League Central. And of course that proverbial clock is ticking. Here we are on July the 19th, and the trade deadline 12 days away. And I think just like many of you, Chris, if I may speak on your behalf here, I think all of us are really wondering, how far will the Reds go? Will they go anywhere at all when it comes to moving players at the trade deadline? Fly ball by Bird into left field. We've heard all the arguments why they should, heard very few as to why they shouldn't. We invite you to follow the Reds wherever you are with MLB.com at bat, the #1 app for live baseball. Get MLB.com at bat for your smartphone or tablet. You know, some of the names are easy to figure. You can understand, especially when players are approaching free agency, and the 2 that come to mind immediately for the Reds, of course, it's been talked about regularly, Cueto and Leake. Leake actually addressed for the first time after his start here on Friday night, a winning start for Mike Leake, that he said, I'm going to give it everything I have for this organization, just like I have for the last 6 years, to do anything I can to pitch well, and help my team win games. He said, but if I am traded, I look forward to pitching for a winner. So he's not backed down or been shy about it. He said you don't think about it when you're on the mound. He said, but you'd be foolish to believe you're not going to think about it when you're pulling your car out of the parking lot and you're on your way home.
Well, you try not to think about it when you're on the mound, but I mean, put yourself in Johnny Cueto's shoes today.
Suarez hits this ball pretty well. We're tied. Number 5 for Eugenio Suarez.
Young man's got a nice swing. There's no doubt about it. He showed some pop in spring training. I don't think anybody thought that he was going to get as much playing time as he's getting now, of course, with the season-ending injury to Zach Cozart, the Reds starting shortstop. Suarez has filled in, and he's shown that he's got a little pop in his bat. I want to go back to Cueto. I mean, you know, Mike Leake had those comments about possibly being traded, what he was going to do. He's just, you know, it sounded diplomatically correct. Sure. But if you're Johnny Cueto, maybe the situations in your head is just a little bit different. Fair ball on the plate.
Yep, fair ball, and Cueto's out. We'll get back to that because I'm sure all of us are interested in hearing what you have to add to this, Chris. Suarez with a game-tying solo home run. We move to the third, even at 1.
Rain delays, and then torrential rains overnight last night here in Cincinnati. And at the ballpark, unfortunately, the umpire room flooded. Their umpire room is at the far end of the visiting dugout and the steps that go down there. It's not the first time that it's flooded down there, but these guys came to work today, and basically their shoes and their equipment was floating. And they spent the morning drying out their equipment. Hopefully it's dry by now. But now with another rain delay here on Sunday, I'm sure this umpiring crew, nothing against Cincinnati, but can't wait for this series to be over.
Yeah, they probably want to go work a series in San Diego.
They better take their own water.
You're right about that. 1 ball and 1 strike on Carlos Santana. Now, Chris, I want to get back to what you were starting to talk about in relation to Johnny Cueto.
I think the situation with Johnny Cueto is different. We touched on it a little bit, Tom, about the emotions of Cueto. The Reds they're all he knows. So I'm wondering if he's standing on the mound today, and you cannot blame him for being distracted, although he did get out of that last inning by giving up only 1 run. You know, he's probably asking himself, is this the last time that I will ever pitch here in a Reds uniform? And along with that comes from feelings. I mean, some emotion, because he's been an emotional guy over the years. He's become one of the favorite Reds.
Oh, yeah.
That people just love to watch pitch. He's one of my favorite guys to watch pitch, along with guys like Rijo and Arroyo and now Johnny Cueto. So it's easy to think that he's out there wondering. So it's hard, to push that out of your mind. And the reason I brought that up is that one of the comments that Mike Leake made is that when I'm pitching, I don't try to think about it. And you try not to, but still, it seeps in. And you wonder how people are thinking about, looking at Johnny Cueto in this game today. And the reality is that if the Reds were trade a player like Cueto, and if they trade him for prospects, there's a 99% chance that unless you are a real baseball fan, where you are digging through all the minor league digests and looking at box scores and scouting reports, you will have never heard of any of the players that the Reds are going to get in return. I mean, you're not trading Cueto for Clayton Kershaw. So that's the other part of it that has some fans have some difficulty getting their arms around, because it might be 3 years before you see the player that the Reds really wanted for in exchange for the guy they gave up to finally make the major leagues. And when he does, he may scuffle a little bit. And the first thing out of your mouth is, we traded Johnny Cueto for this guy. So it's a difficult thing to do, and it certainly isn't an exact science. That's why your scouting department and your advisors at this time in this situation are so important to the health of the organization going forward. Sometimes you make good advice and sometimes you give bad advice. You just never know.
This is certainly a huge 2-week time frame for the future of the Cincinnati Reds if you have made the determination that we are going to shop anybody and everybody and make the best deal you possibly can in each one of those deals. And boy, you just can't miss. You just can't miss, especially being a smaller market franchise, swinging a foul ball out of play. And somebody say, well, that's a lot of pressure. Well, that's part of the job.
Well, specific to today, I think it's important that Johnny Cueto pitches well. At least pitches like he does. He seems to be completely healthy, because that's got to be a question mark in some teams out there that are scouting Cueto right now and are considering perhaps making an offer for Johnny Cueto. Reds gave him an extra time off between starts back at the end of May. Responded well from that. Had a really good outing in Washington, D.C. Did not have one last week on Sunday against the Marlins.
There's a drive into right center, but Hamilton will get to it, and Murphy taken care of for the second out of the inning.
I think any receiving team wants to make sure the guy they're getting is healthy.
Well, the last time Cueto pitched at home, and we showed you some of the numbers, he made 2 starts, as Chris mentioned, on that last road trip. The brilliant complete game shutout win against the Washington Nationals, a 2-hitter where he struck out 11 and outdueled Max Scherzer in that game. Before the disappointing effort his last time up, had bad defense behind him, couple of plays that should have been made that weren't scored errors. He was very upset in the dugout. Threw a water jug around in the dugout, and he was really angry. But his last start here was against the Minnesota Twins, 8 innings, 4 hits, 1 run. And those who were here that day when he walked off the mound at the end of the 8th inning said that it felt like the crowd was saying goodbye. Will we see that same kind of situation here today? Cueto with a 1-2-3 third. We're tied at 1. Chillicothe, Ohio. They rode the Fan Express to Great American Ballpark. Dates still available, though going fast. Call 513-765-7600 to reserve a game for your group. Chillicothe, not far from God's country. Athens. Billy Hamilton off to the races, and they got him. What a play made by Aviles.
Wow.
Doesn't get any better than that.
I'll tell you, I was about halfway to come out of my mouth saying he ought to just stick that ball in his pocket. But Aviles comes in and makes a barehanded throw on the money.
Man, what a play.
I hope that doesn't discourage Billy Hamilton from keeping the bunt in his arsenal. Doesn't mean, you know, there's no difference between a play like that and an outfielder make a nice running grab on a line drive. I mean, it's still an out.
So close, but it did appear the ball reached the glove of Santana just before the foot of Hamilton hit the bag. So one away, last of the third. We're in a 1-1 game, and Brandon a one-hopper. And Aviles an easier time of it here.
Well, you see the arm of Aviles there on that play, even more so than on the Billy Hamilton play. He's got a gun.
That's 2 pitches to get 2 outs in this third inning for Carrasco. Cueto's up around 60 pitches through the front 3. Closer to 70, in fact. 4 shy of that number. Carrasco at 29.
So 2 pitches, 2 outs for DeJesus. This is an unwritten automatic take pitch. Never want to give a pitcher a 3-pitch inning. I remember when I was back in A-ball time, we had a pitching coach named Sammy Ellis, former 20 game for the Reds.
Good guy.
Sam back in late 60s, he won 20 for the Reds. And he challenged all of his pitchers to have a 3-pitch inning, and if you did, he'd buy you a case of beer. And I had a 3-pitch inning.
Very nice.
But I had to pick a runner off first base to do it. I hit him, just like DeJesus got hit, and then picked him off.
Very nice.
I think he negotiated it down to a 12-pack.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Should have been. Man, you could hear that one all the way up here. He's got that protective guard on. That's what made the loud sound.
Why wouldn't everybody wear one of those?
All right, here's Joey Votto with a runner at first, 2 outs. And Votto takes off the inside corner. Joey, an excuse-me swing roller back to the mound, his first time up. And this time shoots one into center field, a base hit. So after the first 2 batters were retired on 2 pitches, the Reds now have 2 on with 2 out, and Jay Bruce coming up, a strikeout victim in the first.
Votto picks this one just about off the shoe tops right there. This may just be a very fortunate inning for the Reds because the guy stepping into the plate has been very good against Carrasco. On top of that, he's been very good lately. Last 11 games, he's batting over .420. Good time to put a good swing on a ball. Those are the numbers that he has against Carlos Carrasco. 2 of the 3 hits, home runs.
Carrasco beat the Reds, you may remember, when the Reds were up in Cleveland in May. Only allowed 2 runs in that start. Reds trying to take their first lead of the game, and Bruce chases a high fastball and comes up empty. 1 ball and 1 strike. De Jesus, a runner at second base. Joey Votto at first. We're tied at 1 with 2 away, last of the 3rd. Two on, 2 out, 2 balls, 2 strikes, and that's all for the Reds in the 3rd. 3 strikeouts in the game for Carrasco. We move to the 4th in a 1-1 game. Continues Saturday, August 1st. Reds and the Pirates. The first 25,000 fans receive a Devin Mesoraco bobblehead presented by St. Elizabeth Healthcare. Call 381-REDS. Visit select Kroger locations or visit reds.com/tickets. Enjoying a little Johnny Cash on the PA system in between innings here. It's big league song, Ring of Fire.
You know all the words of that song.
That's a big league song, Doctor.
I bet you know all the words of a whole bunch of Johnny Cash songs.
Not a bunch of them, a few of them. You like Johnny Cash?
Oh, yeah.
How do you not like Johnny Cash? Although you and I were talking today, still one of the classic songs ever written. And they play it everywhere in baseball when you have a rain delay. But I don't care how old you are or how young you are. B.J. Thomas singing Raindrops Keep Falling on My Head. What a great song that still is.
You're right. Well, that's what they do here during rain delays, is that obviously the theme of the songs that they play are all rain related. A lot to choose from.
Yes, there are. 7, 8, 9 in the Cleveland batting order. We're tied at 1, and Bourne bangs one into center field, a base hit. Well, coming up later on, as we always do here on Fox Sports Ohio for Reds baseball, we'll have our Miller Time moment. That's brought to you by Miller Lite. 1 run, 4 hits, 5 left for the Indians. 1 run, 3 hits, 3 left for the Reds. Indians scored on a bases loaded walk in the second inning. Cueto walked 3 batters in that inning. The Reds tied the game in the bottom of the second inning on a home run by Eugenio Suarez. And here's Perez. This is the batter where all of Cueto's second inning problems began. He retired the first 2 batters easily on pop-ups in the infield. And then he got to a 2-2 count on Perez, walked him. The pitcher got a hit, and then consecutive walks to bring in a run to Kipnis, and the bases loaded pass to Lindor.
This is a guy that has some power. I mean, he doesn't get a lot of playing time. Yan Gomes is the #1 catcher here. When he plays, he's shown some pop. 5 home runs and 123 ABs. And a pretty good eye at the plate, too. He is, even though he's only batting in the low 220s, his on-base percentage is more than 100 points higher. Actually, about 120 points higher. And that's all because he takes a lot of walks, like he did in the second inning.
Cueto has pitched him the first 2 trips to the plate like he's batting cleanup in the batting order. He has just walked the #8 hitter for the second time in this game. A lot of all-speed stuff, rarely challenging in that at bat, or the one before it to Perez with a fastball. So now Carrasco will be asked to try and advance the runners with a bunt, and boy, you can't do it any better than that. They take the out at first base. Carrasco got his first hit his first time up, and now his first sacrifice of this year.
Tell you what, for a guy that doesn't get to be around the batter's box very much, he looks pretty comfortable up there.
Sure does. Now Cueto's got work to do after a single and a walk to begin the inning. The Indians have him at second and third in a 1-1 game, and their best hitter coming up. Kipnis a single to center field in the first inning and then walked in the second.
You know, you always wonder what happens to a guy like Jason Kipnis, where you're hitting 240 1 year and you come back the next year and you raise your average by 80 points. He has now as many home runs this year as he had in all of last year. Nearly as many runs batted in. I mean, his on-base percentage has gone up 90 points from one year to the next. That's kind of a roller coaster ride right there those last 3 years.
Two and one.
Reds are willing to give up a run if Kipnis can get it on the ground to somebody other than Johnny Cueto. They're playing the infield back. Damage control early in the game.
Threw a fastball at 94 right by him. Now full count on Kipnis.
Really, in all fairness, Kipnis had a little bit of an injury last year. He had a strained side muscle, an oblique. Put him on the disabled list really for almost the entire month of May. Sometimes when you come back and play, you say you're okay to play, but you're really not 100% okay.
Kipnis has been very, very good in these situations. 21% better than the major league average. That is a whopping 5 walks given up in this game by Johnny Cueto. And he's gone to a 3-ball count over 8 batters. And now here comes Brian Price, not the pitching coach, Jeff Pico. Well, no one knows the pitchers on this staff, obviously, especially those that have been around for a while like Cueto, than Brian Price.
Well, Brian has brought Johnny Cueto around so much. He's got to almost feel like he's one of his sons. You get to know your pitchers so well when you're the pitching coach. Not really like the hitting coach. The hitting coach is a little different because you've got so many different players that you need to coach. Pitchers, though, especially the starters, those are the guys you get to know inside and out as a coach, because there aren't as many of them. You only work with 5 or 6, you know, on some years more than that when you're running guys in and out. But a constant like Cueto, that was a visit from his daddy.
Season high 5 walks for Cueto in the game, and we're only in the 4th inning. They're loaded with 1 away for Lindor. And again, starting off speed. This is exactly the way the Lindor at bat began in the 2nd inning when he walked him with the bases loaded.
Well, we're not used to seeing Cueto's changeup miss out atop the zone.
Popped up.
That'll work.
Infield fly rule. This will be the 2nd out of the inning. 1 more to go. I'm not so sure that might not have been ball 2. It looked like Lindor chased that one up. So now Michael Brantley, who is single to right field, and he ended the 2nd inning leaving the bases loaded with a tapper to 3rd base, and there's ball 1 up and away. For those of you just joining us, we had a long rain delay while the Indians were batting in the top of the 1st inning. And since coming back, it's just not been the same Johnny Cueto that we're so spoiled in seeing going all the way back really to 2008. Just could be one of those days, and he'll have to try and grind through it. This will be his 85th pitch, and he's in a 1-1 game in the 4th inning. It's interesting, the last time he faced Brantley with the bases loaded and 2 outs, Cueto pitched out of the windup. And of Cueto's 5 walks in this game, only 1 of them has come pitching out of the windup. The other 4 have come pitching out of the stretch. Gas on the outside corner. It's even a count of 2-2. Cueto tries to keep it at a 1-1 game, but he has to retire Michael Brantley with the bases loaded here in the 4th. Full count. And he began with a single by Bourne. Perez reached on a walk. Kipnis has reached on a walk. And now 3-2 on Brantley. Cueto's walked in his second run of the game. He's walked his sixth batter of the game, and you got to wonder how long they stay with Cueto. Reds have action in their bullpen. The 6 walks, the most since 2011 for Johnny Cueto when he walked 6 batters against the Marlins.
Well, if you're Carlos Santana, you're thinking he just walked the run in, he's coming right after me, and I'm ready to wheel that lumber on the first pitch. And he's just flying open with everything, and it could be as simple as a mechanical adjustment for Johnny Cueto. I mean, his fastballs have most part missed high and wide. The changeups definitely have missed high and wide. He was fortunate on the, I think, an off-speed pitch to Lindor to have him pop it up in the infield. Could be just one of those days. The Indians are being especially patient today.
1 ball and 1 strike.
And yeah, not only 80 or 90 pitches now, Tom, but pitches under stress. You know, with runners at third base or runners in scoring position. Those are the ones that they sap you.
Yeah, the Indians left 2 on in the first, left them loaded in the second. Cueto had a 1-2-3 third, but here they are loaded for a second straight batter here in the 4th inning. Two and 2 on Carlos Santana. Well, this is going to be the final pitch Cueto throws in this game. I don't think there's any debate about that. It's either going to end the inning, or should he have a loud hit or walk another batter, knock it on the door at 100 pitches in the 4th inning. So let's see if he can take care of the batter, which he does. Well, Johnny just shaking his head. This could be one of those days. It's still just a 2-1 ball game with the Indians in front. Go further. By Meijer, find more for a healthier you at Meijer. By Cincinnati Children's, ranking 3rd in the country on the U.S. News and World Report's best children's hospitals in America. And by USAA, proudly serving the needs of the military community for over 90 years. We always welcome those watching today over at Children's Hospital, hoping that you're having a good day today. And all the servicemen and women who have served, are serving, or those that will serve the United States of America. Ryan Pena to start things. Reds trailing Carrasco and the Indians by a run. Ryan lined out to center field, his first time up, his only time up. Same thing. Once again lined out to the center fielder. Marlon Bird flied out to short left back in the second inning. The man who waits in the on-deck circle, the Eugenio Suarez, accounted for the only Reds run of this game with a solo home run in that second inning. Jumbo Diaz just called up from AAA prior to the start of this weekend series. He is cranking it up in the bullpen. Badenhop was up a short while ago. Bird gone swinging, and that's the 4th strikeout of the game for Carrasco. Well, if they read it's a home run off that Toyota sign during our game today. Caitlin Hall from Hamilton, Ohio, will win the beautiful new Tundra on display here at Great American Ballpark, and you can register for your chance to win. Just stop by your Cincinnati and or Northern Kentucky Toyota dealer. Here's Suarez. Reds were down by a run when he homered to tie it. They're down by a run as he bats for the second time here in the 4th inning. Dump foul and out of play. Sun shining brightly right now, but my oh my, those clouds moving. Home run by Suarez, his 5th since taking over as the everyday shortstop following the injury, season-ending injury to Zach Cozart. The Reds have had really nice production out of that shortstop position. That was one of the questions, real question marks, based on, Cozart struggling last year after a couple of pretty decent years at the plate. But then he fell so far down the trail. It was a hot topic of discussion during the offseason. Suarez gone swinging, but that shortstop position has been very good and much improved for the Reds this year. We played 4, and the Indians hold a 2-1 lead.
is on hand. You can get sunscreen. There are misting stations around the ballpark and cool rooms, much like this one. It's usually the media interview room, but today it's a cool room. Tom and Chris, I've got to do some investigating on this cool room thing, so I'll see you in a couple innings.
Wow, Jim Day, how about that?
Well, if anybody can find a cool place to hang out, it would be Jim Day.
Well, I mean, we talk about it all the time on these bright, sunny, warm day games or very warm night games, how Jim and Jeff Piccolo and Brian Giesenslaw are able to wear these beautiful Fox Sports golf shirts. And Chris, you and I normally, of course, are wearing a sport coat and a shirt and a tie. But today, Jim Day gave us the okay to go ahead and wear the sports shirts, and we certainly appreciate his nod of approval, along with Josh Hall, our producer, and Roy Alfers, our director.
I'm just so grateful,
no doubt,
that he let us join the golf shirt gang.
The pick was on board. Very nice of those guys to look after their buddies. Jumbo back in the major leagues. Jumbo Diaz taking over for Johnny Cueto. And on the first pitch he throws back in the big leagues, he'll get a tapper to the right side off the bat of Murphy. And I beg your pardon, Jumbo came on to pitch for the first time since being brought back up in the game last night. His first pitch of this game today. Threw the ball very well down there in Louisville. And the Reds have not thrown in the towel by any stretch of the imagination on Jumbo Diaz's future. When he's throwing strikes, there's a lot to like.
Yeah, you're exactly right. You know, he's the guy, Tom, that broke into the major leagues very late. He was 30 years old before he got his first sniff of the majors. And that was after toiling in the minor leagues for probably about 12 years. They like his arm. Everybody's always liked his arm. And sometimes command is an issue. But they thought, I think, when they sent Jumbo down, they're just going to take a look at some other guys and see what they had down there, because they thought that perhaps if Jumbo was not setting up Chapman as the 8th inning bridge, that they could cover the 7th inning with other guys, use J.J. Hoover as that number 8 inning guy, and find out what else is down there. And this is the problem of being a middle reliever, that oftentimes you get set on a shelf with a lot of other middle relievers, and the perception is they can all do the same job. So you have to do something to separate yourself.
High pop up on a 2-0 pitch by Aviles, and it'll be handled by Jay Bruce, 2 away. Cueto, the 4 innings of 4-hit 2-run baseball, his shortest outing since he pitched 1 inning on June the 28th, 2013 against the Texas Rangers. He had gone 5 or more innings in 53 consecutive starts before leaving today. Well, 1 to Boyne, who has popped a short, single to center, scored a run. And of course, we're not counting, for those of you screaming at the television, those are regular season starts. That does not include the game 1 start he had to leave in San Francisco, or the 2013 start where he exited early against the Pittsburgh Pirates, suffering the loss, of course, in that game. But Chris, everybody at home, look, I mean, it's like the elephant in the room. I mean, to sit around and not pay attention to it and to ignore it and to act like it doesn't exist is just nonsense. You can book it, Walt Jocketty's thinking about it. You can book it, Bob Castellini's thinking about it. And Reds fans as knowledgeable as any among all teams in Major League Baseball, as Jumbo retires his side in order. And that is, does Cueto's outing today affect his trade value? We'll talk about that when we return. Cubs right here at Great American Ballpark. Wednesday, fans 60 and older can take advantage of the Senior Day special and buy non-premium tickets at half price thanks to Tri-State Centers for Sight. 513-381-REDS or visit Reds.com. Some restrictions apply. And just to follow up, I don't know if that's for the 12:35 game only. We got to find that out, because that is a split day-night doubleheader.
So does that mean they empty the stadium between the games? Okay.
Todd Frazier up there to pinch hit for Jumbo, who works a perfect inning with a strikeout. Well done by Diaz. Well, you can see an off day coming from a mile and a half down the road for Frazier. Although he was originally in the lineup, I don't think it surprised anyone when the decision was made roughly about an hour after the lineups were initially released that Frazier would no longer be in it. I mean, he admitted even before the All-Star game started on Tuesday night he was worn out following the home run derby Monday night and all the emotion that went along with that. And it doesn't matter who you are. And I mean, and there's nobody bigger and stronger at the end of the day. There might be guys taller, there might be guys that weigh more, all that kind of thing. Nobody is a stronger guy than Frazier.
And he's one of those core players that have been really in the lineup virtually every day. Votto is in there, Bruce is in there, Brandon Phillips, and Frazier. But he was the only one out of all those that had to do anything at the All-Star game. And I think Frazier probably did more than anybody else.
Oh, by far.
Meanwhile, Carlos Carrasco is having himself a very fine day. I mean, he has been carving up the Reds. He is twice in an inning struck out 2 batters. He's got 6 overall on the day with only 1 out in the 5th inning.
Billy laid down a near perfect bunt, and it took a perfect play by Avila's a third baseman to throw him out. His first time up, shows bunt, pulls the bat away, strike 1.
Yeah, Avila's really playing shallow this time. I mean, almost trying to discourage Hamilton from even thinking about it. Maybe Billy wants to pull it down the first base side.
Nothing at 2 on Hamilton. I want to get back to something I started to ask you going to the commercial break about the elephant in the room. When Cueto has a start like this, it's a start we've not seen Cueto have anything like this in over 2 years, where he didn't go 5 or more. First time in 4 years he walked 6 batters in a game. For teams that are here specifically looking at Cueto and teams interested in perhaps trading for Cueto, is that a red flag?
I've always actually, Tom, would scratch my head with curiosity as to why teams would send somebody in to watch a pitcher pitch the last maybe a start or 2 unless you had a concern that he wasn't healthy, or a regular player who's been around a long time. I mean, why would you come in? Why would you send somebody in to come in to watch Brandon Phillips or Jay Bruce or Todd Frazier or any of these guys? They've been around a long time. Johnny Cueto has started 212 games in the major leagues. I mean, you can log on at any computer and pretty much call up every game that he's pitched and watch him pitch. So why is it so important to send a guy today on this Sunday, July the 19th, to watch him pitch these innings? I really don't get that. I mean, I think you look at the whole body of work, what he's throwing this year, and is he healthy? And I would imagine any deal that would include a pitcher, you're going to have some type of a physical, to go along with that deal. It's going to have to be contingent upon him passing a physical and so on.
Well, the other big name starting pitcher out there, rumored in trade talks, is Cole Hamels. He has allowed 14 earned runs over his last couple of starts. So, for whatever that's worth.
And he's signed for many more years than Cueto. But other names that are on that list, if you're thinking about it, doesn't stop at Cole Hamels. Scott Cashmere's on that list. Matt Latos. Jeff Samardzija has been rumored. Yovani Gallardo. Of course, our own Mike Leake. Ian Kennedy. You know, even guys like Tyson Ross of the San Diego Padres. Young pitcher. High ceiling. You know, the Padres are seemingly out of it. Maybe they make a deal. So there are a lot of pitchers out there that are under consideration. It's not like Johnny Cueto is the only guy along with Cole Hamels. But that's where teams have to make a decision. You know, what do we need? Do we need a guy that can be the #1 pitcher in the playoffs when we get there? Or do we need a guy to just eat up some innings in the meantime?
There's ball 4 to Hamilton. Carrasco thought that was strike 3. He had struck out 3 batters in a row prior to that walk to Billy.
Now, pitch number 8, you be the judge. If it's on the line, it had caught the corner, according to our Fox tracks. Well, put yourself in the home plate position for a second. Carlos Torres making his first major league behind the plate game. And he gets Johnny Cueto on a day when he hasn't walked as many batters in 5 years.
Hard to believe.
And he's probably thinking, of all days, to have Johnny Cueto. He's probably thinking ahead of time, hey, I got Carrasco and Cueto.
Sure.
2 strike throwers. We'll be in the 9th inning before you know it. And every time you turn around, he's got bases loaded, 3-2 count.
And that's really what it was for Cueto here today. Billy pitched, or rather Cueto pitched 4 innings in this game, but he had a 1-2-3 third. In the other 3 innings, the Indians left 8 runners on base in those 3 innings. 1 short of the max. Hamilton running. He's out.
Oh my. Looked like he tagged him on the head.
Well, Billy not standing there waiting around perhaps for Brian Price to have a look at it. Hard to tell from that angle.
It is hard to tell, but look how his legs are.
Yeah, he's out.
Boy, he goes into second base hard, doesn't it? Look how the bag bends when he hits it. He almost pops that baby right out of the ground.
If I'm not mistaken, that's how Davey Concepcion broke his ankle.
I think you're right.
If I remember right, that was sliding into third base.
Even that said, I'm glad to see him going feet first rather than head first, even though he wears that little protective thing on his hands.
It's only the 7th time this season Hamilton has been thrown out trying to steal a base. He has 45 stolen bases to lead all Major League Baseball. So Chris brought up earlier that Carrasco, I mean, he is now 50-50. 7 steals, 7 caught stealing when he's on the mound. Two and one on Brandon Phillips. Brandon, a little bloop single just beyond the reach of Kipnis in shallow center field leading off the first, and then he bounced out to third in the third. Well, that was 96 gas on the outside corner, apparently just missing the outside corner. Wow, what a pitch.
Apparently just getting loose.
Whew. That's big league pitch there. And he comes right back, 96 in. Brandon Phillips in the driver's seat, brought to you by Kia. Of course, the Indians traded him to the Reds basically for a song. And man, has he made him pay. A .345 career hitter against the Tribe is Brandon Phillips. Game is only in the bottom of the 5th inning. 2 outs and nobody on. Indians in front 2-1. And now the 3-2 on Brandon to Lindor, and that's all for the Reds. They're gone in the 5th. Cleveland 2, Cincinnati 1 at the end of 5.
Ceremony, very special ceremony before today's game. The Secretary of the Navy, Ray Mabus, was here, and he announced that the Navy will be constructing the USS Cincinnati. It's a very special honor for the city, and there you see the presentation right there. The ship will be built in Alabama. It's years away from service, but naming it is the first thing that brings it to life. It'll be designed for counter threats and to fight terrorism. And the Navy likes to name it after cities, or name these ships after cities in the heartland and regions, thanking the Cincinnati and tri-state region for their contributions to the service academies. And he also threw out the first pitch to Todd Frazier. So there you go, guys. In the future, the USS Cincinnati will be patrolling the waters and help protect our freedom.
Boy, that is pretty sweet. 2-1 ball game. Cleveland comes to bat in the 6th against the new Reds pitcher Ryan Matthews.
Now, one of the 25 appearances that Ryan has had has been in this series. Pitched a scoreless perfect inning in the 6-1 Reds win out on Friday night. Reds did not pick him up until May the 9th. At least that's when he made his Reds debut. I got that wrong. That's actually when he pitched first for the Angels before he was cut loose, and then the Reds picked him up. He made his debut with the Reds on May the 20th when they were in Kansas City.
And Matthews walks Perez. He is now walked as the number 8 batter in his Cleveland lineup today. 3 straight times. Following each and every Reds game right here on Fox Sports Ohio, we invite you to stick around for Reds Live. It's brought to you by Performance Kings Honda. Carrasco able to put down a bunt his last time up. He singled his first trip for his first major league hit.
Yeah, he was kind of running out of the batter's box on that one. Last time the bunt was to advance runners from second and third. He bunted it hard down the third baseline. This time a little different story. You get the third baseman charging hard, the first baseman charging hard. They're trying to get that lead runner at second base because that's the catcher running. But you need a strike from Matthews.
Punts it back to Matthews and right between his legs. And everybody's safe.
Well, score it as a sacrifice because that's what Carrasco was trying to do. And then an error on Matthews, the pitcher. Boy. And now you turn the lineup over and you face a steady diet of left-handers here for the first first five in a lineup. You know, this game doesn't feel like a 2-1 ball game. I'm not really sure why. It seems like the Indians, maybe because of 6 walks that Cueto gave up in 4 innings, just give you the feeling that the Indians have a bigger lead than they actually do. But nobody can skate around wildness the way Cueto did. Both the runs came on bases loaded walks, but it's only a 1-run spread.
Kipnis shows bunt. And if you're wondering, Kipnis does have a pair of sacrifices so far this year. So first and second, none out. Now there's not much speed out there. It would take a perfect bunt for him to advance both of these runners, and that one sort of stabbed at. Didn't look like he was much interested in putting down a sacrifice, at least on that attempt. 1-1.
Now remember, in this particular play, though, a perfect bunt is a hard bunt to the third baseman. You want to make him field it so that he can't go back to the bag, have the pitcher field it, and you throw the lead runner out. It's a force play.
Well, they let him swing away here, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. DeJesus naturally backs up over at third base. Votto plays behind the runner. That's the pitcher over at first. He has been on first base all 3 times today. Indians have 12 base runners in this game, if you include the 7 walks, 4 hits, and the pitcher reaching on an error. And that's in a total of 5+ innings. 2-2. We'll do it again. Matthews just unable to put Kipnis away so far. Kipnis continuing to foul off pitch after pitch. Two delivery. Drilled into deep right field, and it's up against the wall. And Bruce going to fire into second base. Of course, the runners had to make sure that Bruce wasn't going to be able to catch it. So they are loaded against Matthews with none out. Played very nicely by Bruce off the wall.
Perfectly. It came right back to Jay. He fires into second base. Kipnis had a hold because the runner from first and second wasn't going. And he wasn't going to third because the runner from second, Perez, the catcher, wasn't going to go past third. So that long drive to the base of the wall has the effect of an infield hit.
This is a third straight time Lindor comes to the plate with the bases loaded. Fly ball to left. Remember, it's a catcher running there, and he's going to stay put as Bird makes the catch and fires into the cutoff man. De Jesus, one out in the inning.
For Lindor, I guess the same advice would be good for him that would be for Billy Hamilton, is just keep the ball out of the air. He has popped up 3 times now. That time not far enough for a chance to score from third base. And I would imagine that Brian Price is going to bring in a left-hander here to face Michael Brantley.
Yep. Manny Parra coming on to face Brantley. This will be our Skyline Chili call to the bullpen. Back in a moment. The All-Star activities, some of the best features on the history of the All-Star games here in Cincinnati. So many people at Fox Sports Ohio did such an incredible job during our All-Star game coverage, and a tip of the cap to every single one of them, both in front of the cameras and behind the cameras. Stick around today following Reds Live. We'll re-air it one more time, or you can set your DVR for Monday at 6 o'clock. Leading up to Reds Live tomorrow night. All right, Manny Parra with the bases loaded. Cleveland a 2-1 lead. He comes on to face the left-handed batting Michael Brantley, and that is a foul ball. And really lucky for the Reds, as it turned out, that it was, because Pena had stepped on the plate but got lazy with that throw down to first. Now, we don't know if he already heard somebody call foul, but that would have been a disaster.
Oh, he had a play very similar like that when Johnny Cueto was up where the ball was resting on home plate. That time the ball and the judgment of the home plate umpire was in foul territory. That's one of those. That's one of the spots on the baseball field where there is no foul line drawn right through the batter's box. So that has to be an estimated fair foul spot and judgment for the home plate umpire.
We've been talking about Mike Leake, and Johnny Cueto, and of course Aroldis Chapman's name has come up. Other names frequently mentioned in trade rumors include the left-hander on the mound for the Reds right now, and Manny Parra. You take away really 2 bad innings, and his ERA would be under 1. It was barely over 1, even with 1 bad inning, but a second bad inning blew it up.
Yeah, that's really why ERAs and relievers are a tough mix and match sometimes. You can be cruising right along all year long, have one really bad game, and then all of a sudden you're mediocre instead of being the go-to guy.
And especially for a left-hander who comes in to face left-handers, because you're not piling up full innings. Breaking ball foul out of play, and this is a perfect example here.
And you're normally facing the best left-handed hitter on the opposing team, as is the case again right here. I mean, look at the example is this. Parra's been now in 24 games, and he has only pitched 16 innings. It's good work if you can find it.
Well, the Indians with a 2-1 lead. They have Perez a runner at third. The pitcher Carrasco is out at second base, and Kipnis at first. And Parra has gone the distance on the batter, Michael Brantley. Payoff pitch coming. Goodness gracious. You got to be kidding.
I can't remember when I have seen 3 runs scored in a major league game, and the only 3 runs of the game for that team all having come on bases loaded walks. That's the case today. I mean, used to go a month without seeing a batter walked in.
And we're not talking about any young pitchers. We're not talking about Michael Lorenzen or Raisel Iglesias or Anthony DeSclafani. Well, they're still loaded, and now they'll turn around Carlos Santana to bat from the right side. Trying to tickle that outside corner, and Parra missed it.
And we're also not talking about Babe Ruth in the batter's box getting the base on balls either.
Now, when you walk the number 8 place hitter in a game being played by National League rules, when you walk that guy 3 times in a game,
you might as well bring a shovel out there with you, because that's what you're doing.
You've got to go all the way back to 2003. Joe Luckenbar, statistician, up here in the booth. Fly drive caught for the second out of the inning. For the last time the Reds had 3 bases loaded walks in a game, April the 13th, 2003. Ryan Dempster, who was on the comeback trail, of course, for the Reds following arm surgery, and Scott Sullivan. Dempster walked in 2 runs, Sullivan 1. You know, this is a trend that those who follow the Cleveland Indians will tell you it's almost impossible to believe, and that is a team batting with the bases loaded. The Cleveland Indians this season batting with the bases loaded had 65 at-bats this year with the bases loaded. They had a total of 10 hits. That is a 154 batting average for the season. That is the worst by far, in Major League Baseball. And there was a columnist in Cleveland who wrote about it that said, apparently, I guess on the radio or television for the Cleveland Indians games, they have a grand slam inning. And you know, whoever wins that would win like a new truck or a new car or something like that. And the columnist, tongue-in-cheek, said, now they're going to give away the truck on a wild pitch or a pass ball.
Well, they can give it away on a balk, and if they had done that, they would have given away 11 this year, which leads all of Major League Baseball. They've received more bases loaded walks, including the 3 today, than anybody else in baseball.
And if you're wondering what the Indians are today with the bases loaded, the 3 walks we know about, they're 0 for 5 and now make it 0 for 6. And that's the reason they've left 11 runners on base in this game, and they only have a 3-1 lead. American Ballpark. Our next one, July the 31st, Reds and the Pirates. Stick around after the game. Big fireworks spectacular presented by PNC Bank. For tickets, call 513-381-REDS. Visit select Kroger locations or log on to reds.com/tickets. Proud sponsor of Reds baseball, PNC Bank. Rayburn remains in the game to play right field. Indians 3, Reds 1. 2-3-4 in the Reds batting order against Carrasco, who's been stingy today. He allowed the solo home run to Suarez, the only run and one of just 3 hits the Reds have through 5. Carrasco has punched out 6 and he's walked 2. He's also hit a batter. That was De Jesus his last time up. Pirates are trying to avoid getting swept, as there's a base hit by De Jesus to begin the Reds inning. But Milwaukee's going for the 3-game sweep over the Pirates to start the second half, and it's a 1-0 Pittsburgh lead. That game in the 7th inning.
That's right after at the very end of the first half before the All-Star break, the Pirates took a few from the St. Louis Cardinals to kind of build a little momentum.
Yeah, got within 2.5 at the break, and now the Cardinals have won 2 in a row. Pirates have lost 2 in a row, so that's now at 4.5. Double play ball the way here. Hard hit, but right at the second baseman, Kipnis. Today, USAA honors all of our service members at home and abroad. We say thank you. Short, and that's all. We go to the 7th. Cleveland in front, 3-1. Cueto getting the ball for the Reds today, and saw him do something we've not seen him do in 5 years. And that's walked 6 batters in a game. Still only gave up 2 runs despite the 6 walks, 2 of them with the bases loaded and 4 hits allowed. It was a 1-0 game when Eugenio Suarez tied it in the 2nd inning for Suarez, his 5th home run. But the bases loaded walk to Brantley would tie the game in the 4th, and then a 3rd bases loaded walk. This one issued by Manny Parra, and that's how the Indians have scored all 3 of their runs, the first time since 2003 where the Reds had 3 bases loaded walks issued in a game. We started to talk the other day about, we can sit here and talk about trade rumors and all that kind of thing, and how, we wondered, would you think about it when you're out there on the mound, that kind of thing? Well, to put things in real perspective, how do you think Mike Aviles feels every time he's leaving his family right now to come play baseball? He has a 4-year-old daughter, Adriana, who's been diagnosed with juvenile leukemia. She's undergoing chemotherapy treatments. There's a base hit into left center field. And this is something that Aviles and his family, like many other families, going through unspeakable pain and helplessness, really. And you know, a bunch of the other Cleveland Indians, if you notice, when many of these players are taking off their hats and or helmets, a lot of them barely have a stubble. A little over a month ago, Avila's and many of his teammates shaved their heads in support of Avilas and what his family is going through with their daughter. And certainly our thoughts and prayers are with him and all the great folks and the work they do up at Cleveland Clinic. It's one of the great medical facilities in our great state, but also in the United States. To Boyd, and a bouncer over the head of De Jesus into left field to hit.
Yeah, Bourne picks up a couple of hits. That one pretty much a lucky hit, in as much as with a runner at first base, the third baseman is playing way in. It bounces the ball over his head. He broke an 0 for 15 streak last night. Bourne did, and I would imagine with the kind of year that he's got going, he's had some bad luck to go along with the very little bit of luck that he's had going on today.
Well, there's no one getting loose in the Reds bullpen. They had to use a lot of bullpen last night. Anthony DeSclafani having a rare off night. And of course, there's a bunt by Perez. And he gets a job done advancing the runners. You know, between the pitcher Carrasco and now Perez, a couple of guys that don't get a chance to handle the bat a lot, especially the pitcher, obviously an American League pitcher, but boy, they, when asked to put down a bunt, have done beautifully. And so by bunting with the number 8 hitting, that certainly leads one to believe, and now it's reality, that they're going to take Carrasco out of the game and send up the pinch hitter Yan Gomes to bat for Carrasco, who goes 6 innings, allows 4 hits and a run. Carrasco walked 1, he hit a batter and struck out 6. Today, Yan Gomes' 28th birthday. Infield drawn in. Carrasco, an outstanding effort today, going toe-to-toe with Johnny Cueto and out pitching the Reds ace. Gomes hit a home run, one of the 3 the Tribe clubbed here last night. Began with back-to-back singles. Sacrifice punt put down by Perez. And now the infield in, De Jesus, Suarez, Phillips, and Votto, with the Reds already trailing 3-1. Breaking ball outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes on the pinch hitter Yan Gomes. Runners at second and third with 1 away. And another breaking ball sails high and outside. Another full count. It's a 12th 3-ball count to Indian batters in the game today. They have drawn a total of 8 walks in this game. Here's a 3-2 pitch. We'll do it again. Two again on Yan Gomes. Line into center field. Caught by Billy, and the runner will not try and tag as he broke to the plate on initially the contact.
Boy, what a nice play by Billy Hamilton. Line drive, sinking, coming right at him. He comes in to dive, and he gets himself upright in a hurry. That's one of those plays that happens so fast for a runner at third base that your first instinct is to watch, and then is he going to get in there? No. As soon as that ball was in the air, though, he would have been better served going back to the bag and then giving him a chance to make a decision whether he's going to try to score or not. But when you're 6 feet off the bag, you're in no man's land.
All right, so Kipnis bats with 2 on and 2 out. Kipnis has been on base all 4 plate appearances today. Single, walk, walk, single. Two and 0 on Jason Kipnis. Kipnis, the lone all-star from the Cleveland Indians. Hitting .328 on the year. And the Indians don't want Kipnis hitting leadoff, but that's the way the season has gone for Michael Bourne. I mean, he is the natural guy to lead off for the Indians. He's just had such a dreadful offensive season that they have him batting down at the bottom of the order in games in which he plays. 2 and 2 on Kipnis. I mean, they were envisioning, Bourne doing his thing, Kipnis behind him, and Michael Brantley 1, 2, 3. That's a pretty good trio to start your lineup with in a perfect world. Brandon, and what a nice job by Clark. He got a break on the base running play on the liner to center, but takes care of Kipnis to avoid any damage. So the Indians strand 2 more. They've left a whopping 13 runners on base in 6 of their innings. They've only been retired in order in 5 of their
America. Please stand, kindly remove your hats and face the American flag. Major League Baseball, the Reds and the Indians salute the men and women of our armed forces, as well as those who serve to protect in our local police and fire departments. At this time, please help us honor these brave men and women and all our veterans of service, and welcome Pastor Rodney Posey of Impact Worship Center as he leads us in the singing of God Bless America.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with a light from above. from the mountain to the prairie to the ocean, white with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. From the mountain to the valley to the ocean, white with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home. My home, sweet home.
Sports Live, they bring you news and highlights from a busy day in Major League Baseball, the latest from the NFL, the Gold Cup, and of course round 3 of the Open Championship. Fox Sports Live on Fox Sports 1. You know, it seems like you and I were talking about this in between innings. Indians lead 3-1. Combs stays in to catch. And now on the pitch is Brian Shaw. It seems like every other series the Reds play against a team that'll have a pitcher that is a really good pitcher. And obviously Brian Shaw would fit that bill this year. That was traded away by the Arizona Diamondbacks. I mean, it's unbelievable how many guys they have traded away in recent years. Now, I'm not saying that Shaw hasn't had his ups and downs, but you know, he had a 2.5 ERA with the Diamondbacks when they brought him up in 11, a 3.4 ERA in 2012. And then he's involved in that big deal with Shin-Soo Choo coming here and Drew Stubbs going to Colorado and everybody moving around. But Shaw, the last 2.5 years, has pitched nearly 200 games for the Cleveland Indians. 200. And that ERA is in the high 2s. Or maybe after this year, closer to the low 2s. There's a ground ball to second base. We just saw Max Scherzer a couple of weeks ago, originally an Arizona Diamondback. I'm trying to think of some of the other ones we've been talking about lately.
That deal that you're talking about, though, that got Shaw here from Arizona to Cleveland is That was kind of a big, complicated deal.
Sure.
And it happened in the middle of the winter. Happened December the 11th. You don't usually see those big 3-team deals worked right before the trading deadline. That's something that you talk about when you go to the, the winter meetings, the general managers meetings, and things like that.
Shaw has come on to throw 5 pitches to get 2 outs, taking care of Pena on a ground ball to second, Bird on a liner to right. And here's the man who drove in the only Reds run of the game, Suarez, with a solo home run way back in the 2nd inning. Reds only have a total of 4 hits in the game, and 3 of those came in the first 3 innings. What a year this guy's having right here for the Indians. Opponent's batting average barely over 100 against Brian Shaw. And that's as easy as it gets. 1-2-3 for Shaw in the 7th. We go to the 8th. Still a close one. Cleveland in front, 3-1.
Transmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cincinnati Reds.
That's part of the O'Toole clan down there. Family of Jim O'Toole, former Red great. As promised early in the game, we have selected the Data Strong fan photo of the game. So here we go. You can still tweet your strongest fan photo to hashtag Ohio Data Strong Fan, and maybe we'll show yours during an upcoming game. Brought to you by T-Mobile. Carl, thank you. And now on a pitch for the Reds, here's another guy having one outstanding year, pitching out of his team's bullpen.
Yeah, normally we see J.J. Hoover come in ball games in which the Reds are winning, but this one tight enough today. The Reds trying to get this rubber game match of the 3-game set with the Indians in town. J.J. Hoover comes on 8th inning.
Hoover's ERA even lower than that of Shaw. Opponent batting average against, spectacular.
And very much the same type of pitcher. Throws a low to mid-90s fastball, tight breaking ball. And the key to both of them, they throw strikes.
You know, when we were starting to talk about, and believe me, and I always preface it by saying that we are not privy to any inside information. If there is one general manager in Major League Baseball who does an incredible job of not having, potential trades leaked to the media, whether they be, to us as broadcasters of the team or to writers, it would be Walt Jocketty. I mean, he's got a group of guys around him that he fully trusts and knows when they walk out of a room that nobody's going to start whispering into a reporter's ear of any kind. In my opinion, with all of the talk about Leak and Cueto and Chapman, the guy that I find one of the most intriguing of all the Reds players, and I heard somebody commenting yesterday saying, well, you look ahead to next year and the Reds bullpen would start and end with the man who's on the mound right now. That if you traded Chapman, you're a closer, and the guy you got to bring back is J.J. Hoover. But if you feel like you really want to get everything you can get for anybody you can give up, think how many teams right now would love to have a right-handed setup man with an ERA in the low ones. 2 away in the inning, and I'm not endorsing by any stretch of the imagination. I hope J.J. Hoover's back here. He's one of my favorite players on his team. But if you're talking about maximizing the potential, he has never been a more valuable player.
Well, if that's your goal, then I think you make a great point, because very rarely will you buy as low as you did with J.J. Hoover and sell as high as he would be valued right now. The problem is, in baseball, when you trade somebody, you've got to have somebody to play that position. So if you are considering trading, you know, somebody from the back end of the bullpen, Aroldis Chapman or J.J. Hoover, you got to get somebody somewhere along the line that can fill this spot. Because right now, J.J. Hoover is the only guy in that bullpen that can pitch the 8th inning with the kind of consistency that he's shown the Reds this year.
And I think we all agree that that Hoover has now put himself in a position where you'd like to see what he can do as a closer.
So if you trade J.J. Hoover to a team, well, they're not going to trade you an 8th inning guy back, or else they wouldn't need J.J. Hoover. So, and for a guy like Hoover who fits this ball club to where he does, I'm not so sure that you're going to get the type of prospect in return that is a can't miss prospect, you know, a year away.
I think that's a great point.
You may get a fringe prospect who's 2 years away, or a good prospect who's 2 or 3 years away. But normally, if you look at the history of trades, I mean, just generally speaking, the team that gets the best major league player in the deal versus the prospects is usually the team that makes out the best in the trade. Because prospects seem to turn into suspects and sometimes into rejects.
And having said that, though, it's also been well documented that the biggest names that move in the trade deadline have not had a major positive impact on the club that they go to for the remainder of that particular season. Now, not in the years beyond if you're getting a player that has more years left on a deal. And it does seem like you get a lot more if you're trading an established player. It seems like you get a lot more in the wintertime than at the trade deadline. At least in recent years. 3-2 pitch on Santana. Ouch. J.J. Hoover is just dealing. There's no doubt about it. 1-2-3 for J.J. Reds are only down a pair. They come to bat in the bottom of the 8th.
longtime manager in Major League Baseball. He says the current bullpen he has for the Indians is his favorite group, the funnest group he has ever been around. These guys not only do not complain, he says, but they love to have fun. And it was proof positive when Brandon Moss hit his 100th career home run earlier this season in Kansas City. It went into the Indians bullpen. And you would think the guys would just give him the ball back. No. They came up with a ransom note. It says, you get the ball when we get these items. And they listed a bunch of Apple products. And they wanted some cash as well. Well, Apple got a hold of this story, sent the guys the items. They sent that baseball out to California for Apple to use in some promotional meetings. Eventually, Brandon Moss is going to get the ball, we think. But they held the ball ransom. Having some fun. And, by the way, they also went out and bought some Apple products and donated them to the Boys and Girls Club of Cleveland. The same products that they got for free. So a fun bunch down there for Terry Francona.
Oh, yeah, that's a great story, Jim. Thank you. There's a Tapper foul wide of first. You know, we remember the story, Chris, in spring training, which I thought was one of the funniest stories I've ever heard in my life about what Terry Francona and his bench coach, Brad Mills, used to do to their general manager and their baseball operations staff. Out in good years, some of you may know, most of you may not know, the Reds and the Indians share that stadium. But each team has its own minor league complex. The Indians are quarter mile maybe down the road from the right field corner. And then the Reds would be another, say, quarter to a half mile beyond the Indians complex. As Bourgeois lifts a fly ball off Shaw, who's now retired 4 in a row out of the bullpen. But anyway, after the games that Cleveland would play, the baseball operations staff would all walk back to their facility. Francona and Brad Mills would ride a golf cart back. And they would load that thing up for a number of days in a row with water balloons. And as they would get up close to the general manager and the other baseball operations staff, they'd start drilling them with water balloons. So then one day, those guys in baseball ops finally came around. They had a couple of them walking, but they had a couple of them hiding. And when Francona and Mills pull up to start drilling guys with water balloons, they themselves had walked into a trap surrounded by a number of other folks in baseball operations, and they were the ones getting bombarded with the water balloons. That's having a good relationship.
And it's having a good time and keeping things light. I mean, Francona's a guy that is as media friendly as you will find among managers. In fact, when they asked him if he would get wired up by the television, the Cleveland Indians television, he said, yeah, I'll not only do it for a half an inning, I'll do it for a whole inning. So you get kind of a little insight as to what's going on in the dugout. And, you know, we had an example a week or so ago of Lenny Harris being wired up talking to Dee Gordon about not sliding headfirst into bases. You're going to dislocate one of your fingers. Well, sometimes you pick up a little tip here and there from what's going on in the dugout. It makes it for a lot of fun. I think it improves the broadcast.
And not every team is the same as far as getting that kind of access from the club or the television partner. All teams operate a little bit differently. You know, for example, the Reds manager Brian Price, he just won't do interviews. You know, like you see sometimes on some of the national games, but even in spring training.
You mean during the game?
During a game, right. Yeah.
Even in the time between the innings.
Right. And you know, look, he has every right to do whatever he wants down there. And of course, Terry Francona is an established guy that's been around for a long, long time as a manager. He's won a couple World Series
in Boston.
Absolutely. So it's not a knock on anybody or anything like that. It's just every team's a little different in that regard. Fly ball to right. Be a part of Super Saturdays this season. The next one will be the August 1st game, Reds and the Pirates. And the first 25,000 fans receive a Devin Mesoraco bobblehead presented by St. Elizabeth Healthcare. Call 381-REDS for tickets. Crowd of a little better than 36,000. So This weekend series drew very, very well. Probably around 115,000 fans for the 3-game series. Well, a base hit, a 2-out single by Brandon, and now the Reds have the tying run coming to the plate, trailing 3-1 here in the 8th. Brandon has 2 of the Reds' 5 hits today. In fact, the only 2 hits over the last 2 games that weren't collected by Phillips, Votto, and Bruce, one by this man, DeJesus, who singled into left field his last time up in the 6th, and the home run today by Suarez in the 2nd inning. One on DeJesus.
Shaw is one of those right-handed pitchers that kind of steps across his body. He steps towards the third base dugout, and then it looks like he's letting loose that breaking ball somewhere behind your left ear.
One on DeJesus. Swing and a miss on a fastball in.
You know, when you have a pitcher that throws across his body like that, or a guy that really throws sidearm, you're the same side of the plate. So if you're a right-handed hitter facing a right-handed pitcher like DeJesus has right now, you've really got to concentrate on not bailing out. Because if you do, you never get to that slider low and away.
Well, the Reds would love to give Votto a chance here in this bottom of the 8th inning.
And I'm sure that Shaw's thinking the exact opposite right here, saying, you know what, if I'm going to get beat in this ball game, I'm certainly not going to let Votto do it. He would represent the go-ahead run and the potential winning run.
Well, they have a left-hander and a right-hander getting loose. Semchinski is the one we're paying most attention to because you have Votto, a left-handed batter, next. In the air and foul out of play.
I got to tell you who I got a text from in the middle of the ball game today. We've got, you know, it's not 95 degrees everywhere. It is not 95 degrees where this former Red, former All-Star is watching the Reds on TV today, either via satellite or on his MLB.com. Tommy Hugh dialing us in from the mountains of Colorado, where the Reds will be next week.
One of our all-time favorites to ever put on a Reds uniform.
You better believe it.
Not a better guy in the world than Tommy Hugh.
And a pretty doggone good pitcher.
Oh, you better believe it. There's ball 4, so Votto will bat, and we will have a pitching change. Semchinski will come on to face Votto. This will be part of a double switch made by Terry Francona. So we will take a break in the action. Brandon Moss will come in the game and take over on defense for the Indians. It looks like he's heading in to play first base, replacing Santana. All right, back in a moment. Reds have Votto coming up.
With all the info you need for that day's game, Reds Live is presented by Ray St. Clair Roofing.
What a little bit of a surprise here, Chris. Maybe not a surprise based on the way this guy is capable of pitching, but rather than going with a lefty on lefty, Terry Francona saying, I'm bringing my best pitcher available into this game, and that's Cody Allen.
Well, you're right about that, and that's probably what Terry Francona said, a guy that's not going to play it by the book and play the odds only. The odds, though, may favor Allen here. If you look at the lefty-righty versus Cody Allen, Allen's right-handed. Lefties are hitting a $152, so he's obviously pretty tough on everybody, but the Reds have one of their toughest coming to the plate here, and left-handed hitting Joey Votto.
Votto today 1 of 3, had a single to center field in the 3rd inning. Tying run carried by DeJesus, a runner at first base, Phillips at second, and Votto the lead run at the plate. First pitch fastball at 96, and Votto a fraction late. Votto in his career a .329 batting with runners in scoring position. And he banks one into center field to bring him a run closer here. On to third goes DeJesus, and Votto with a 2-out base hit to make it a 1-run game.
Votto shortened up on the bat after Cody Allen showed him 96 miles an hour, and then he drops his second best pitch on him. Allen does a curveball down and really down below the strike zone, but Joey Votto goes right down there to get it, very similar to his first base hit, which was also hit off the shoe tops.
So a 2-hit day today for Joey Votto. And here's Jay Bruce for the chance to tie it or even give the Reds the lead. 1 of 2 in his career is Bruce against Allen, and the 1 hit a home run. Fly ball in the center field, and the Reds strand 2. They get 1, and the lead is 1 for Cleveland as we go to the 9th at Great American Ballpark. League Central. Talked about the Pirates. They've lost the first 2 games of that series to Milwaukee. They had a 1-0 lead in the 7th. The lead's gone. Milwaukee 3 outs away from a 3-game sweep of the Pittsburgh Pirates. And we know about the Cubs. They will be here tomorrow night in the first of 4 games in 3 days. Day-night split doubleheader. On Wednesday, Clayton Richard has come all the way back from injury. One-time San Diego Padre. Now with the Cubs, and he'll be opposed by the rookie right-hander having an excellent season in Michael Lorenzen. Reds Live gets underway at 6:30, and our game coverage kicks off at 7 o'clock. 3-2 ball game. Cleveland in front. Top of the 9th. On to pitch a Reds closer, an all-star for a 4th straight year. All-star Aroldis Chapman.
He has not pitched in this series, so his last performance was in the all-star game in which he was hitting 103 and striking out the side.
First pitch slider to Ryan Rayburn is low, ball 1. Jason Bourgeois stays in the game to play right field. Jay Bruce out.
Am I reading this right when I'm looking at the standings? And if the Milwaukee Brewers continue and hold off the Pirates, they're winning 4-1, and the Reds lose this ball game, there'll be only 1 game separating the Reds and the Brewers.
You are reading that correctly.
I mean, with the kind of horrendous start that the Brewers got off to the season, I thought they lost their first 5 to 7 games. And I mean, they were just dug themselves a hole in early April that is nearly impossible to get out of.
And the Brewers have just scored 2 more runs in the 8th inning.
Look out.
There goes the bat. Look out. That bat went flying directly down the stairs. The opening where the stairs are. And the opening right into the clubhouse.
And it seemed like that bat was in a hurry to get on the equipment truck.
Well, that would be some kind of scary if all of a sudden you're walking right up. We hear stories about that happening in the stands, where, you know, an opening to go to the concession stand, a foul ball's hit right through one of those openings.
But Billy Lutz is okay.
We know Billy's
He's our man down there wearing a towel for a hat. That's a hot, tough job today, too.
You're not lying. It's just trying to fight it off right there. And Phillips throws out a Avias. Four strikeouts away for Aroldis Chapman, as he's trying to break the record set by Craig Kimbrell for most strikeouts, or the fastest to 500 strikeouts. And you see Chapman, 290 innings. It took Kimbrell 305.
Good word choice there, fastest.
Yes. And that is not a that'll be a very short-lived record for Mr. Kimbrell. He broke that this year. There's another name that keeps popping up on the trade rumor discussions. Craig Kimbrell. 0-2 on Michael Bourne.
Yeah, there are options out there. I mean, if you want a premier closer, would you make a run at Aroldis Chapman, or do you make a run at Kimbrell? So there are choices for teams out there. There's just not only one guy in each position.
You mentioned Chapman fanning the side. hitting 103 a number of times in the 9th inning of that All-Star game. Boy, was he bringing it that night. I just wanted to see him close in for a chance to save it, because I'm not so sure he wouldn't have hit with the adrenaline on that at 105 that night. In and out of the mid of Pena.
Well, he didn't need to go to 105 because 103 was plenty.
Yeah. The Brewers have just scored 2 more runs. They were behind 1-0 in the 7th. They now lead the Pirates 6-1, still batting in the 8th. So barring a disaster, the Brewers are going to sweep the Pirates. Cubs will play in about 5 minutes from now. Wonder why they're starting so late on a Sunday afternoon down in Atlanta. I'm sure the Cubs are not thrilled about that at all, having to travel here to Cincinnati tonight rather than this afternoon.
Well, our Cholula flamethrower, brought to you today by, of course, by Cholula Hot Sauce, is not today. It is the All-Star game, and that is Mark Teixeira and Aroldis Chapman on the mound. 103.
Three-two pitch. Chapman fans 2 in a perfect night. All right, here we go. Pena, Bird, Suarez due up. Reds trail the Indians 3-2. Money at Menards on all your home improvement needs, and by your local Toyota dealers. Proud sponsor of the Cincinnati Reds. Well, Terry Francona brought in his closer with the game on the line in the 8th inning. Allen allowed a single by Joey Votto, which brought the Reds within a run, but he got the final out of the inning. So now Allen starts with a clean slate here in the 9th. He is 19 of 20 in save chances on the year and has saved 16 in a row. Ryan Pena to lead things off for the Redlegs. Down a strike. know, we were talking about the Brewers and the Pirates. I think the Pirates are going to be an interesting team to watch in the second half. 0-2 pitch. And that's strike 3 called, and Pena knew it. I just really wonder, Chris, I've wondered about their rotation the whole year. And there's no doubt as far as the top 2 in the rotation, they're getting the very best out of that duo of Cole and Burnett. But one, does that continue? I mean, Cole doesn't go 13-2 in the second half. And,
no, you're right.
And then the rest of those guys, you know, Morton, Block.
Well, they got a good outing out of Block today. A very good outing, 7 innings out of him. And it was their bullpen that blew it. I imagine that they're going to be in the trade market for some bullpen help. Speaking of bullpens, this will be the 4th time this year that Cody Allen has worked more than an inning. So if he gets this save, it'll be a 4-out save for him. That would be actually the 5th time he's been more than an inning, but this will be his 4th 4-out save.
Oh, and one, the Marlin Bird. One ball and 1 strike to Bird. Well, that one disappeared. That slider down and away. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Bird has 15 home runs. That's 3rd most on the team behind Frazier and Votto. Reds are down a run and down to their final 2 outs. There's that slider again. Boy, that is one nasty pitch. And now the Reds down to their final out. Our Miller time moment brought to you by Miller Lite. The home run by Eugenio Suarez that came in the 2nd inning. And boy, the Reds could use another one of those right here and right now as they're down by a run here in the 9th. With 2 away, nobody on. Fastball, a strike. It's a rubber game of this series, and the Indians lead by a run with 2 outs in the last of the 9th inning. And that one driven into deep left center field. This will go all the way to the wall. Well, Suarez with a home run and now a double to keep the hopes alive for Jason Bourgeois and the Reds.
Suarez has had a good day. Put a run on the board with a home run, as you said earlier. It goes right down with a very nice swing. I mean, that's a very efficient swing that Suarez has. Not a lot of moving parts. Really keeps his core strong, his head on the ball.
So now Bourgeois, he came on to pinch hit in the 8th inning and popped up to right. Tying run at second base. The winning run here in the bottom of the 9th inning with 2 away is Bourgeois at the plate. Fastball strike. 1-1. Knee high on that outside corner. 1-1 to Bourgeois. Bourgeois has never been a regular player at the big league level, but, you know, it's the old adage about when you get the chance, what do you do? This guy in his career has been a .322 batting with 2 outs and runners in scoring position.
Well, the way they're pitching him is the low and away. I mean, he could just flip that ball into right field and get the job done, tie this baby up.
Three and one. Great crowd. Most of them have stayed around through a very long, hot day. Had a rain delay in the first inning. Bourgeois trying to tie the game up with 2 outs in the ninth. And a liner into right field is a base hit. They're going to wave around the runner. And safe the call at the plate. Bourgeois has tied it.
Well, you're right, Tom, about taking advantage of an opportunity, and Bourgeois gets a pitch that's up because Cody Allen is coming right after him in a sinking line drive right in front of Rayburn, who comes up with a throw that it looked for a moment was going to be there in time, not handled by the catcher.
Suarez, the guy who kept him alive with a 2-out double. I mean, he's got finished saying, you know, he didn't have a lot of at-bats, but good for Bourgeois.
No doubt. Makes you feel like you're really part of the team when you do come up and do something like that. You know, that play at the plate it was a product of that new you can't block the baseline rule.
Well, now Schumacher with a chance to win it for the Reds here in the bottom of the ninth.
I would imagine that in years past, Yan Gomes would probably be a step or two in that baseline and make the runner go around him right there. Try to block the play at the same time he'd receive the ball. You can't do that anymore, and that acts in the advantage of the offensive team.
To the count on Schumacher. And we're off to extra innings. The Reds get off the deck with a double and a single after the first 2 were retired. 3-3 at the end of 9. Extra innings at Great American Ballpark. Presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side. Pick up some of that Norwood on the way back after the game. All righty, Aroldis Chapman still in the game for a second inning of work. Bourgeois ties the game. And he moves over to center field. Schumacher will remain in the game to play right field. Bruce, you may remember, was taken out defensively in the top of the 9th inning. So now it's Hamilton out of the game. A 2-out double in the Reds' 9th inning as they've come up with single runs in each of the last 2 innings against 2 pretty good pitchers. Guys having really good years in Shaw and Allen. Votto with a base hit to knock in a run to make it 3-2 in the 8th. The double by Suarez with 2 away in the 9th. He scores on a single by Bourgeois. By the way, Jason Kipnis has been named the most outstanding player during this Ohio Cup series this year. Christopher Negron was the winner last year. Fastball up and in.
Yeah, they make the presentation in the following spring training, if I'm not mistaken. Right there in that field in Goodyear, the stadium in Goodyear, where both these teams share the spring training facility. This is a rare 2-inning outing for Aroldis Chapman.
I can't remember the last time he was.
And it's kind of funny because speaking of spring training, I remember Brian Price addressing that several times, saying I'm not going to be afraid this year to use him more than an inning at a time. I just have never seen in all the years that I've been around baseball when a pitcher just dominates a hitter at bat after at bat the way Aroldis Chapman has done that while wearing a red uniform, and especially left-handed hitters. I mean, occasionally you're going to see a guy pop one up there and get a base hit, but for the most part they just seem helpless.
He's up now to what, 498. As here's a base hit into center field by Yan Gomes. Didn't hit it hard, but it's a base hit. So if Chapman strikes out the last 2 hitters in this inning, he will reach 500 strikeouts faster than any pitcher in Major League history. We talked about all the rain delays that the Reds have had this season. Of course, they're not alone in that category. Where they are alone, this is the 5th game this season where the Reds have played a game interrupted or delayed by weather that went into extra innings. And of course, a couple of those have gone as long as 13.
That's a daily double.
Is it ever? And it's not making any excuses for anybody, because you certainly have not heard any of that coming from the Reds clubhouse. That's the one thing about their team this year. It's not been a group that, despite the fact that they're 8 games under 500, there's not a lot of excuse making going on. In fact, there's none of it. But I don't think it would be a stretch to say, Chris, this has to be physically a very tired Reds team, physically and mentally. And again, I'm not making excuses for them, but look, it hasn't rained in 144 years as much as it has rained over the last 30 days here in Cincinnati during a 30-day time frame. And the Reds basically have gone 3 months of a baseball season, almost 4, where the disruption to any kind of schedule has been unlike anything I've ever seen for a baseball team. And we're not even into August yet. And all the nights of, I mean, you expect to get to bed late. You play night games. But between the rain delays, the extra inning games that are rain delays, I mean, there have been a lot of nights where it's 2:30, 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning. These guys are getting to bed. A lot of nights. Kipnis hanging around. Kipnis looked overmatched at the beginning of this at bat, and all of a sudden he's at 3-2 and has fouled away a couple of pitches. And they're overmatched.
Now this last pitch by Aroldis Chapman, a fastball at 97. Which normally you would be oohing and eyeing that your pitcher comes out there and he throws a pitch as fast as 97. But with Aroldis Chapman, you almost ask yourself the question, is he okay? Or is he just not fired up? Or is he a little bit tired? I mean, even though he only pitched 1 inning in the All-Star game, did not obviously compete in the home run derby or anything like that like Frazier, but there's a lot of hoopla. A lot of activity off the field around that All-Star week. You were right in the middle of a lot of that too.
No, I was not. I was not. We had a lot of family in town for that.
Must have been your body double at those parties then.
It was. No, I got to come in there with all the pregame show stuff going on that I did for both events. I'd be able to pop in for about 10-15 minutes with my wife and kids, and then have to get over here to the ballpark. 2-0 on Lindor. This is the 292nd inning pitched by Aroldis Chapman. He's at 291 2/3. If he strikes out Lindor right here and right now, he becomes the fastest ever to 500 strikeouts. He's sitting on 499, and the record's 305 innings. So if not today, the next time you can pretty much book it. Base hit into center field. So a couple of hits for the Indians, one by Gomes, one by Lindor, and here comes Michael Brantley.
This ought to be a pretty good matchup right here. We've been talking all series about Brantley's quick bat And of course you need that against Chapman.
See, pretty much a wash for Brantley, lefties or righties. Of course, this is no ordinary left-hander, but those are very, very good numbers for this outstanding outfielder of the Cleveland Indians. 2-0. Not nearly the pop this year for Brantley that he had a year ago. Told you in Friday night's game he's been plagued this entire year with a bad back. 2-0. Started 2, ball 3. Well, you can take it to the bank. Brantley has a 3-0 green light. And he takes ball 4, and they're loaded. Indians are going to set up a pinch hitter. Giovanni Urshela, their regular third baseman, will come up and bat with the bases loaded.
Hey, you wonder maybe Chapman is a little bit tired out there. I mean, 37 pitches in 2 innings. I mean, it's not like that workload should wear you out. But if you compare Chapman's previous appearances, that is the most that he has thrown in any one appearance at 37.
This will be the 7th, or actually, they're 0 for 6 with the bases loaded. But they've drawn 3 walks with the bases loaded. So this is incredibly the 10th plate appearance by an Indian batter in this game with the bases loaded.
Well, if you're not believing that, neither is Terry Francona. Looking up and only having 3 runs on the board.
They've left 13 on base. And that's 13 in 5 of their innings. So they are loaded for Urshela. Fastball, strike 1. Reds will have a top of the order in the bottom of the 10th. Phillips, De Jesus, Votto. The 0-1 pitch to Urshela. Here it comes. 0-2.
I can't tell if Justin Jemison, our camera guy, I guess the high dugout camera on the right side, was trying to get out of the way of that ball or trying to make a catch with his feet.
Hey, we love him, but now, come on now. That's eyewash over there.
I think he's a soccer guy. I think he was trying to catch it with his feet.
0-2 pitch. Fastball high. The career high before today for Chapman for most pitches thrown in any game. 36. He's set to uncork number 41. One ball and 2 strikes. Fastball high at 101 miles per hour.
Yeah, the last 2 he has thrown have been the speediest pitches of the afternoon for Chapman. This 101, the last one an even 100. Took a little longer than usual to get loose.
Urshela had a good rip at that fastball. fouls it straight back. Now they're loaded again for the Indians. And we are tied at 3 here in the top of the 10th inning with 2 outs. Two balls, 2 strikes. Throws him a 2-2 breaking ball. That almost appeared to be a cross-up with the catcher Pena.
Carlos Torres at home plate up has got to be saying, here we go again. Bases loaded, 3-2 count.
They all pitch in a 3-3 game. And Chapman has just become the fastest pitcher in Major League history to reach 500 strikeouts. He does so in his first 292 Major League innings. More importantly, he gets out of a bases loaded jam. We're still tied at 3. Witness from the flame-throwing Aroldis Chapman.
Good old-fashioned four-seamer. And not only one for the record book, but the fact that it came on a 3-2 count with the bases loaded in an extra inning game. A little extra drama for Aroldis.
Jeff Manship takes over on the mound for the Indians. We saw Manship in the series opener, 2 scoreless innings of 1-hit shutout baseball. Did not walk a batter, fan 2. Top of the order for the Reds, Phillips, DeJesus, and Votto. They try to win it in the last of the 10th inning, and on the first pitch, Phillips pops it up. 1 pitch, 1 out. DeJesus has been on base 3 straight times. He struck out his first time up. Since then has been hit by a pitch, singled, and drawn a walk. And that was a very important walk in that 8th inning. That was after Phillips collected a 2-out single. The Reds were down 3-1 at the time. The walk to DeJesus allowed Brandon to go to second base, ultimately leading to Phillips scoring on the single by Votto. Chapman's spot is due up 4th in this inning, and the only bench player left for the Reds is Tucker Barnhart. And we've seen Brian Price be very reluctant to use the final player on his bench. He has used pitchers as hitters rather than Barnhart in extra inning games this year.
Well, you've got some pretty good hitting pitchers as far as that goes. Mike Leake, Michael Lorenzen. You've got 3 bullpen pitchers available to you. Of course, after Chapman has gone 2, one of those will be in next inning if the Reds don't win it here.
Yeah, they still have what, Villarreal,
Badenhop,
and Adcock. Two and 2 on Ivan De Jesus Jr. They're going to come out and take a look at De Jesus. There's something apparently wrong with him physically.
he keeps stretching out the back of that right leg of his, like he may have a little bit of a twinge in his right hamstring. You know, he got that base hit in the 6th inning. I could have swore that I saw something in his gait as he ran to first base. Maybe just a little bit of a twinge that got him, grabbed him a little bit, decided I'm okay to stay in there. But he keeps reaching back there, grabbing it right now, shaking it out. You don't do that unless you got some pain.
Well, he's going to stay in there. 2-2 pitch. And he can't even run to first base. 2 away in the inning. You've got a major issue on defense if you're the Reds. If they do not win this game in the bottom of the 10th inning, and there's no way De Jesus can play defense if that's the best he can run. There's just no way.
Well, you can always bring Billy Hamilton back and play him in the infield and put a pitcher in the outfield. Oh, Hamilton's out of the game.
Yeah, they only have one position player left, and that's the backup catcher, Tucker Barnhart. So the Indians are going to make a pitching change. Zepchinski, the left-hander, on to face Votto. game. One crack of the bat would win it for the Redlegs, and he faces Mark Zepchinski. We thought this was a matchup we were going to see in the 8th inning. But Terry Francona brought in his closer in the 8th. And Allen allowed a base hit to Votto, which brought the Reds from 3-1 to 3-2. And then the Reds would tie it against Allen in the 9th. A ball and a strike on Joey. Votto with 4 walk-off home runs in his career. Tucker Barnhart already standing in the on-deck circle. Smoked into right center field, hit by Votto. He's going to go for 2. He's rounded hard at first. Here comes a throw. It is cut off, and Votto with a hustling double all the way. His 3rd hit today.
Well, he's hit the ball very sharply his last couple of times up. That's the first time he's gotten one up around the belt that he hits, and right into the right center field gap.
Well, Barnhart has a chance now to avoid a situation where, who knows, maybe he ends up as an outfielder if the Reds have to take the field in the 11th. Because the way that Ivan De Jesus looked trying to run his at bat a moment ago would lead you to believe that he'll be taken out of this game. They certainly could move Bourgeois and or Schumacher to the infield. But Barnhart has a chance to make that all a moot point. A base hit here could give the Reds a win in the bottom of the 10th inning.
Votto not getting much of a lead, but he better be aware that the Indians may put a play on.
Well, Tapper down to 3rd. And we go to the 11th inning. We're tied at 3. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side. So as we speculated, it's going to be Tucker Barnhart playing right field. And look at some of the rest of these changes. Very interesting. Schumacher is now at second base. And look who's playing shortstop. First time since July the 25th, 2007, as Suarez goes to third, that Brandon Phillips is playing his original position, and that is shortstop. July the 25th, he last played that position 2007. And now on to pitch is Pedro Villarreal. 3-3 game, top half of the 11th inning. This game got underway at 1:10 Eastern time, and in the first inning with 2 outs and 2 on, we had a rain delay. Rain delay of 47 minutes. And then once we resumed at 2:05, here we are in the top of the 11th inning. 0-2 on Ryan Rayburn. Rayburn to be followed by Aviles and Michael Bourne. Strike 3 called to Rayburn. Strike 1 to Aviles, who's 1 of 5 in the game, singled to center field in the 7th inning.
Hey, Pedro's got that slider working today. I mean, not only working nice, but on the corner.
Fastball up and away. And a count of 2-2. Reds start a 4-game series tomorrow night. Cubs coming in. Single games Monday, Tuesday, day-night split doubleheader on Wednesday. And the Reds will hit the road. 3-2 the count on Aviles. It's an off day for the Reds Thursday, but they will travel, and it's a long flight going to Denver sometime Thursday afternoon. Here's a 3-2 pitch. Lined into right field. That'll fall in a base hit. And Barnhart, his first try out there, handles it. 1 on, 1 out.
Not a bad job by Barnhart there. It looks like Tucker's been watching a few of our baseball tech talks along the way.
would there be any doubt about that?
I mean, it's amazing what you can learn during Reds Live.
It'll be a big part of Reds Live, the pregame show tomorrow. That one hammered into right field, a base hit. It's been a good day for Michael Bourne. We talked about the long hitless streak he had coming into this series. Boy, he's looked like the Michael Bourne we've seen from time to time through the years, the last 2 nights.
Might be getting healthy.
And now you get the big slugger, Brandon Moss, coming up there. Moss only 1 at bat. That was as a hitter against Aroldis Chapman. .3-3 game with 2 on and 1 out in the Cleveland 11th inning. Up and away ball 1 to Moss. Yan Gomes next. It's all of a sudden become a very formidable bottom part of the order as this game is played out, when guys like Moss and Gomes are in the 8th and 9th spots. Not starting today. Moss would like to have that one back. Base hit. Late start for the runner who had to make sure it got through. So Avila stays at third. 3 straight 1-out hits against Villarreal.
Well, they are testing Tucker Barnhart out there in right field. Each of the 3 hits that the Indians have had have been to right field this inning. And Tucker threw it hard to the cutoff man last time. This time he gets it right on the money to the cutoff man Votto again. Nothing wrong with that arm.
Well, here we go again. This is the 11th plate appearance in this game. This has to be bordering on some kind of record. I mean, 11 of them. The Indians are 0 for 8. 0 for 7, I beg your pardon, with 3 bases loaded walks.
And that's how they've gotten all of their runs. 2 bases loaded walks. None of the 12 hits.
We told you the Indians as a team this year came in batting a major league worst 154 with the bases loaded. And now all of a sudden when they're loaded, it's 2-0. First time since 2003 where the Reds pitchers have issued 3 bases loaded walks in a single game. 2-0 on Yan Gomes. Ball 3. Now most of the time a guy like Gomes at the plate, 3-0 green light.
No,
not this time.
And maybe not even a 3-1. Although with 1 out.
Yeah, at 3-1 he'll be
you're taking your hacks.
Well, we're about to find out. 3-1.
Pretty good spot right there for Villarreal. Nice little 1 hopper to the shortstop. Be a good time for that.
All right, so now 3-2. For 7 with the bases loaded today, with 3 bases loaded walks. And here we are in a 3-3 game in the 11th inning. The bases are loaded. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Villarreal facing Yan Gomes. Pitch on the way. We'll do it again. The 3-2 delivery once more to Yan Gomes. The 4th bases loaded walk issued by the Reds. The first time that has happened by the Cincinnati Reds in one game since September the 20th, 1970, in what was to be Jim Maloney's last game with the Reds. He issued 3 of those 4. Thank our statistician Joel Luckup. He has been all over this stuff per usual today. 1970. Indians lead 4-3. I don't know if there would be anything, any single thing that would enrage a pitching coach. And that's Brian Price's pedigree, as we know. And in this case, the pitching coach, Chef Pico, right along with him. I can't imagine any single thing could enrage a pitching coach more than bases loaded walks.
Maybe the 3 walks that get you to bases loaded. Although in this case, it was 3 consecutive base hits.
One ball and 1 strike on Kipnis. Well, you got to bear down here and get a couple of quick outs. You love it on one swing. And keep this at a 1-run spread. Reds have Pena, Bird, and Suarez due up in the bottom of the 11th inning. The Indians still do not have a hit in this game with the bases loaded. And they have 11 plate appearances in this game with the bases loaded. But they do have 4 bases loaded walks, accounting for each and every single one of their runs in the game. 2-2. It's a big pitch right here. 2-2 on Kipnis. This will bring in another run. Bourne tagging will score to make it 5-3 Cleveland. Inning continues for Lindor. He has one of the 4 bases loaded walks that came in the second. That was the first one of the game. Johnny Cueto gave up 2 of them. Manny Parra issued one. One by Villarreal. They're going to wave around the runner on the single to center. Bourgeois' throw to the plate. And plenty of time to cut him down. And the inning is over. But the Indians get a pair. And the Reds will bat in the bottom of the 11th inning, trailing 5-3. Of this 11th inning, and lead 5-3 as Shevchenski tries to pick up the final 3 outs. He is in line for the win. He came on to get the final out in relief of Manship in the 10th inning. Brian Pena, Marlon Byrd, Eugenio Suarez. Reds have rallied from 2 down already in this game, not in 1 inning to tie. They got 1 in the 8th, and then the tying run in the bottom of the 9th. They need to get a pair to keep this one alive, 3 to win it. To the shortstop, Lindor, 1 away. They are in the 12th inning in St. Louis. The Mets and the Cardinals are scoreless. The Cardinals are gunning for the weekend sweep over the Metropolitans. And now here comes Terry Francona as Shevchenski takes care of the switch hitting Pena. He's going to bring in a right-hander, Zach McAllister, to try and get the final 2 outs. So we'll take a break. Back in a moment. And now on the pitch, it appears as though this young man has finally found a home, and that home is in the bullpen. Zach McAllister has been a starter throughout his entire professional career, first with the Yankees organization and with Cleveland. He made 15 starts for them last year, 24, 22 the years before that. But now all of a sudden, after beginning the year as a starter, they move him in the bullpen. And his ERA since the end of April as a reliever is 1.99. He has never had a major league save. He has one minor league save, and that came all the way back with Tampa when he was with the Yankees organization in 2008. One to Marlon Byrd. Five runs, 13 hits, a whopping 18 runners left on base for the Indians. Reds 3 runs, 9 hits. They've left 7. And really it was talking through all the 4 bases loaded walks, first time a Reds team has done that in a game since 1970. It is still a misplay on a bunt where the Reds, if they make that play, they win this game by a run.
You're right about that.
And I mean, it was as routine as it gets now. That was back when Ryan Matthews was on the mound. It was a 1-1 game. 2-1 game, I beg your pardon. And after a leadoff walk, the pitcher bunted the ball right back to the Reds pitcher, and it went right through his legs, ultimately leading to a run. And there's Suarez again. How about this young man? A home run, a double, and now a single for Eugenio Suarez. He had cooled off a little bit here over the last couple of games, and really the last couple of games before the break. But man, we've seen plenty of these kinds of swings in his short amount of time up here already. Now Bourgeois, he tied the game with a 2-out single to right field in the 9th inning. They will let Suarez take second base. Reds down to their final out. That's strike 2. To delivery, and able to fight it off, a pitch away from him on a 2-strike pitch. Bourgeois just slapping it foul.
Bourgeois came through last time when he hit that base hit to right field. Made a nice throw from center field to nail the last out at the top of the inning.
0-2 on Jason Bourgeois. And that's the old ball game. The Indians win a pair of series against their in-state rivals this 2015 season. McAllister the save. Zepchinski the win. Villarreal the loser. Indians win it. Final count of 5-3. Reds Live starts right now. You're watching Reds baseball on Fox Sports Ohio.